Years I was wondering what's in those cups, but it's only water.
You guys ready? Okay, I think issue resolved. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the August 5th, 2025 regular city commission meeting for the city of Deerfield Beach. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Here.
Commissioner Plout,
Here.
Commissioner Shanetsky,
Here.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Here.
Mayor Drosky.
Here. If everyone would please stand for a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance. Vice Mayor, would you mind leading us in the pledge this evening?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hope everyone's having a good summer so far. School starts next week, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. We have approval of the city commission minutes for the July 8, 2025 meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second. Motion approved by Commissioner Plout, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have acknowledgement of our city board minutes for the Planning and Zoning Board meeting of June 5th, 2025. The Hillsborough Inlet District meeting, June 9, 2025. The African American Heritage Board meeting, June 12, 25, excuse me. Am I saying 2005? 2025. Community Redevelopment Agency meeting, June 17, 2025. And the Community Appearance Board meeting, July 2nd, 2025.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Plout. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. Let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have the approval of the agenda for this evening. Before you gentlemen make a motion, I would like to see the last item, number, oh, actually, no. I take it back. It's been, never mind. It's already been reconfigured. I was going to ask for the public safety to be moved up, but it's been moved up to number 3. So we're okay. So is there a motion to approve the agenda for this evening?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve the agenda for this evening, August 5th, 2025 by Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. Let the record show unanimous consent. Madam Clerk?
For those attending via Zoom online wishing to speak under public comment or on an item that's open for public input, please click raise hand at the bottom under the reactions tab, and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Drosky. For those attending via Zoom by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand, and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Drosky. Please make sure your audio is unmuted on your end by pressing *6. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. City Attorney, item number 1 for this evening.
Item number 1 is a certificate of recognition presented to Joseph Alberino, recycling drop-off attendant for 33 years of dedicated service to the city of Deerfield Beach.
So anyone who has been anywhere near our recycling center knows Joe. He is probably one of the most personable individuals you'll ever run into in the city of Deerfield Beach. And it took a lot for him to come here this evening. My understanding is we asked for him to come and he said no. And we asked again and he said no. So it took multiple times to bring him here. But Joe, they gave me a list of things to say about you, but I'm not going to read them because anyone in this room knows you and your service and your personality. When you drop off anything at the recycling center there, the smile, the conversation, just the good-hearted feelings, welcoming any and everybody there to the city of Deerfield Beach. So it is 33 years of service to the city of Deerfield Beach, everybody. That has to be the longest standing ovation in Deerfield Beach history, at least since I've been mayor. I don't know if Joe's coming to the podium or not, but Mr. Gressick, would you like to come to the podium first?
I need somebody to help me up there.
I was gonna let your ex-boss talk first,
Uh,
but,
Friend.
but in true fashion, go ahead. Unfortunately, Joe, you have to speak forward towards the commission, toward us. They'll see you on the cameras.
Really, right now, don't know what to say. Thank you all. I should have rehearsed, but I didn't. Got to make believe this is the drop-off center, but it's not. This is very classy. Thank you all. You all made me love you all.
We love you too, buddy.
If it weren't for the recyclers, I don't know, I wouldn't be saying on a regular basis, hi, welcome to no, the faces. When the roll-off container was not there because it had to be emptied, it was an unbelievable turnout for that 1 week, just like it is every day. So he took the container and I had a makeshift box about so big. Joe, what am I gonna do with my 24-carat tote bag? I don't want to leave it here. So I had the residents kindly put everything in the makeshift box, but it was 3 and 4 deep. Hot day, I'm doing this. Please, no more. And I went to the second and the third one. So that hit me, that impacted me tremendously. These beautiful people do this every day. That meant a lot to me. To get up early in the morning, to clean the containers, and to do this every day, every other day. I love you all. Thank you.
Joe, I think the mayor summed it up perfectly. I mean, you've touched so many people, myself included. 33 years is such an accomplishment. So we've got you this Deerfield Beach flag for you. We're going to miss you. We love you. And thank you for everything, Joe.
And not to be undone, we do have a certificate from the commission, Joe, that we're going to present you. So all of my colleagues, join me down here to my right, your left. We use the picture as the background with a picture for Joe going away.
Yes, yes.
Joe, you're more than welcome to stay, but you're not on the clock, so. We have another dignitary in the house tonight. Number 2, a presentation by our property appraiser, Marty Carey, regarding property taxes and values.
Hey, Mr. Mayor. There is no way I'm gonna be able to follow that up, but it's, I appreciate this so much. Thank you all so much. Hey, Ben, thank you all so much for having me today. And, I have to tell you, I look forward to coming and speaking to you all every single year, especially today. And I'll tell you why. I say this every year, but I'm very proud of it. I've lived in Broward County my entire life. I've lived in Davie, in Pembroke Pines, in Plantation. I've been all around the county, but there's one place I've lived every single year for my entire life, the first week of August, that's Deerfield Beach. And so right now there's a whole bunch of cares, which is me, a lot of family from all over the country. They're all at the Emerald Seas Beach Resort having a great time. That's why I have a tan right now. And I can tell you, Deerfield Beach, I consider just my home. I love it very, very much. And I think you all do a fantastic job representing the wonderful people here. The other thing I wanted to thank you for as well is basically the great work you all do. You know, I love the city of Deerfield Beach, and your staff is so easy to work with. You know, every single day, every single week, we work with every single city staff. And what we do is they provide us all the information they have with regard to permits that are pulled, things of that nature, so we can make sure we can capture all the value we need to add to the tax roll. And there's no easier city, easier staff to work with than yours. And the last thing I want to say before I quickly talk about what I'm here for is I think it's great that there's so many folks in law enforcement here today. You know, my brother is a sergeant with the Broward Sheriff's Office, and I know they have an incredibly difficult job, and I just want to thank them all for their great service. With that said, again, my name is Marty Carey. I'm honored to be your Broward County property appraiser. And what I was hoping to talk about today, Mr. Mayor, was just a few things. First, just for the residents, I just wanted to let them know what we do and how we can help them. I also want to talk about property values. And as you'll see, property values are once again rising here in the city of Deerfield Beach. And the last thing I want to talk about, something very near and dear to my heart, which is cracking down on title fraud, because there are a lot of criminals that try to steal people's properties, cloud their titles, take out fake mortgages, and do really bad things to them that hurts them and their families. But with that said, for the residents, the most important thing that we do is we determine the value of every piece of property in Broward County for tax purposes, whether it's residential, commercial, tangible personal property, or essentially assessed property, which are railroads. And the reason that's important is because when a resident of Deerfield Beach pays their property taxes, the amount of taxes they pay is a relation between the value of the property that we set and the tax rate set by you all, the school board, the county commission, all other taxing authorities. So the most important thing we want to do is make sure we get their value correct. And Broward County, as you know, is a huge place. More people live here than 13 states, the District of Columbia, and all U.S. territory except Puerto Rico. That's how big it is. And we appraise more parcels than exist in many states. And even though the people in our office do a really good job and their assessments are very accurate, mistakes can occur, or maybe people have information about their property that we don't have that can help us bring down their assessed value, which will bring down their property taxes. And so in August, basically this month, at the end of this month, every single resident of Deerfield Beach is going to get a very important document from me in the mail. It's their truth and millage notice. It's not a tax bill. It's basically a document so they can make sure they don't overly pay in their property taxes. And that document is going to show a few very important things. It'll show the value of the property for tax purposes. It'll show all the tax saving exemptions they're currently getting. It'll show the dates and times that you all and all other taxing authorities will be discussing their tax rates. And it'll show the proposed amount of property taxes they're going to be asked to pay for this year. And I always tell everyone, when you get that document, really look through it. Because if you're concerned about the value of your property, you're not getting every tax saving exemption you're entitled to, just call me by September 17th. We'll make sure your value is correct, and we'll apply every exemption that you're entitled to so you can make sure you can save the most money you can in your property taxes. The second that we do, and it kind of falls under that, are exemptions. And that's something I love because it helps people save some money in their taxes. The most important exemption by far is the homestead exemption. If somebody lives here in Deerfield Beach and it's their primary residence, they're entitled to that very important exemption that does two things. The first thing it does, takes $50,000 of value off the tax rate, no longer pay taxes on, can save them about $1,000 a year at the beginning. But most importantly, it really protects them going forward, because every year after you have a homestead exemption, the value you're taxed on can't go up more than a maximum of 3%. And you'll see very soon when I talk about values where the sales price of homes are right now. They're very, very high in Deerfield Beach. And I bring that up because if there's anybody that's listening that hasn't filed for homestead exemption, please contact me by September 17th, and I'll make sure the value you're taxed on won't go up more than 3% and it won't skyrocket with your market value based on what people are paying for properties. Once you get that, there are lots of other exemptions that people are entitled to. There are exemptions for widows, for seniors, for people who are visually impaired, for other people with disabilities. There are a lot of ways to save money in your property taxes. Just call me by September 17th and I'll make sure you get it so you can actually only pay your fair share of property taxes and not too much. The other thing I wanted to quickly talk about where property values are right now in Deerfield Beach. As I said before, they're increasing again. They're increasing because a lot of people are coming from all over the world. They're buying properties in Deerfield Beach and they're still paying top dollar for those properties. And you had a good amount of new construction added to the tax roll this year that also increased that value as well. And so let me give you some interesting numbers. The first number is not the number that you're going to utilize to determine your tax rate. It's basically the market value of the property. If you took all of the residential and commercial property last year, not this year, last year, in Deerfield Beach, and you sold it on the open market, you would have got right about $6.6 billion. That's a big number. But fast forward just 1 year, if you took all the residential and commercial property and sold in the open market, you get right about $17.5 billion. That's a 5.3% increase in market value just over this year alone. The taxable value is the value that you're going to look at so you can set a millage rate on to determine the amount of money that you need to provide great services to the people of Deerfield Beach. And in 2024, the taxable value here in Deerfield Beach was right about $11.258 billion. Fast forward 1 year, there's been a 7.89% increase in taxable value to right about $12.146 billion. And I've been told that your proposed operating millage rate is right about 6.0018. If that's the millage rate that you adopt, it'll mean you'll get an additional $5,329,000 more this year than last year that you can utilize to provide great services to the people of Deerfield Beach. What's very interesting about that additional revenue is the vast majority of that additional revenue is not being paid for by your existing property owners, because most of the people that live here are homesteaded property owners, and the value of their taxing couldn't go up more than 3%. It's really being paid for by a lot of new people coming into Deerfield Beach, paying top dollar for properties, and new construction added to the tax roll. This year, there was about almost $40 million of new construction added to the tax roll. Something I thought was very interesting. The top 4 out of the top 5 largest additions were actually single-family homes. They all range from about $4 million to $6 million that were added to the tax roll. You have 17,983 homestead exemptions here in Deerfield Beach. You have 2,138 low-income seniors who receive a very important senior exemption. You also have 186 long-term seniors that pay no taxes at Deerfield Beach. And I want to thank you for that, because a long-term senior exemption needs to be adopted by the cities, and not every city in Broward County has adopted it. And the long-term senior exemption is hard to get. Basically, you have to be over 65 years of age, made under about $40,000 last year. If you don't file income taxes, Social Security doesn't count. If you do, you look at the adjusted gross income tax line in your income tax statement. You also have been in your home for 25 years or more, and the value of your home had to be under $250,000. So as you can see, not a lot of people qualify, only 186 people. But for those 186 seniors that struggle to make ends meet, they pay no money in their taxes and they have a better life. And I'm so glad that Deerfield Beach adopted that very important exemption, because it really helps some of the most struggling people. I hope every other city in Broward County follows your lead, because it was the right thing to do. There are 2,175 widows who receive a very good reduction. There are also 171 American Hero totally permanently disabled veterans that actually live here in Deerfield Beach that pay no property taxes to the city of Deerfield Beach. And you also have 2 first responders who are totally permanently disabled that are fully exempt from property taxes. As of now, and I thought these numbers were very interesting, the average sale price of a single-family home right now in Deerfield Beach is right about $775,555. That is a big number. But what's also very, very interesting is the average taxable value of a single-family home is about $271,000. There's a big difference there. And the reason being is because people come to Deerfield Beach, they love it, they don't ever want to leave. So they stay here for many, many years. They get the benefit of the Save Our Homes assessment cap, so their market value is much, much higher than what their assessed value actually is. When it comes to condominium parcels, the average sale price for a condominium parcel here in Deerfield Beach is right about $244,000. But just like single-family homes, the average taxable value is about $139,000 because of that Save Our Homes cap. The other thing, Mr. Mayor, and to the commission I wanted to quickly talk about is something I kind of alluded to at the beginning, which is something very near and dear to my heart, which is cracking down on title fraud. Unfortunately, South Florida is the title fraud capital of the world. It's the capital of the world because you have criminals, and that's what they are. And what they do is they walk into the recording divisions of every county every single day in the state of Florida. They file fake deeds on people's properties, and they take those deeds and they extort people for money, or they mortgage rent or sell the property. They do it all the time. And the reason it's so easy for them is the recording division for every county has a ministerial duty. They have to accept whatever documents filed with them. So you have these criminals, they walk in, they file a fake deed, and they do something very bad with it. So about 4 years ago, we came up with a fantastic program called Owner Alert. It's really a notification program letting the public know, or letting a property owner know, if somebody changed the title on their property, so they can make sure somebody can't steal their property, take out a fake mortgage, rent their property, and actually cloud their title. As of today, we've had more than 300,000 Broward County residents sign up, which I think is great. And something I really love, in Deerfield Beach, 50% of all of your homesteaded property owners have actually signed up for our Owner Alert program. I think it's a great thing, and that's only happened because Deerfield Beach has been such a fantastic partner in getting the word out to people, letting them know about this free and awesome program. And it's something that's really important to let the residents know. When I first started this program, people were concerned about signing up because they were afraid that the information they gave us was public record. Well, the legislature actually fixed that. All Democrats, all Republicans voted for it, and the governor enthusiastically signed it. And what it did was it said all the information that we collect for our Owner Alert program, somebody's cell phone number, their email address, even the fact that they signed up is exempt from public disclosure, so the information can only be used for one purpose and one purpose only, that's alerting somebody of a title change to their property. And when I came up with this program about 4 years ago, I automatically, at the beginning, I started getting phone calls from residents and emails. And they would say, Marty, I just got an alert from your office that somebody changed the title on my property, but I didn't do it. And then I got more and more and more. And I realized how big of a deal it was. So I came up with a different idea. I wanted to work with law enforcement, build criminal cases, and put the people in jail who are doing this. So I got the approval from the state of Florida to be able to do it. I then went to the county commission and they agreed to fund it. And I decided to call it my Crimes Against Property team. But I had a big problem. I'm not law enforcement. I can't do the job of law enforcement. So I went to see my friend, Sheriff Tony. And I go, Sheriff Tony, I'm really excited. I have a great program in my office, my Crimes Against Property team, but I have a big problem. I'm not law enforcement. You are. I can't issue probable cause affidavits, search warrants. I cannot do that job. You can. Can we work together? And Sheriff Tony said, absolutely, Marty. And we entered into an agreement to work together. And he actually assigned now 3 sheriff's detectives to work in our office so we can actually do the job of law enforcement. I then went to see Harold Pryor, our state attorney. And I go, Harold, the sheriff and I, we're working together. We're going to build these criminal cases. And if we bring you cases you think are prosecutorial, would you prosecute the people that are doing this? And Harold said, absolutely, Marty. And he assigned an assistant state attorney to prosecute the people that we bring to him. And over the past few years now that we've been in existence, we've had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of criminal investigations. We've had numerous arrests, numerous convictions, and we've been able to work with the court system to get property back to people in a much more expeditious and cost-efficient manner. And just to give the people of Deerfield Beach an idea of what some of these people will do to try to steal people's properties and the extent that they'll go to actually defraud people, I wanted to just give you a few examples. And I wanted to give you those examples based on questions that people ask me. The first question people ask me is, Marty, who does it? Well, what I found is just about everybody does it. All races, religions, national origins, people of high net worth, low net worth, of all different occupations, they do it. We even arrested, and she actually pled recently, a lawyer who stole a property in Cooper City. We've even arrested and prosecuted many real estate agents, a physician's assistant. A lot of people do it. The one common denominator that all these people have is they're very smart people, and they figured out very smart schemes to be able to defraud people of their property. The second that people ask me is, Marty, what kind of technology do they use? Well, generally, the technology is very primitive. They walk into the recording division, they file a fake deed. They have a courier come to file a fake deed. There was even an inmate in Georgia who was on death row in Georgia, had a courier come to Broward County, file a fake deed on a property. We didn't prosecute him because he has other issues going on over there. But that's what they generally do. But their technology is getting much, much, much better. And let me just give you an example of one where the technology, which I think is pretty much out of this world, that somebody utilized to try to steal a property and take out a mortgage here in Broward County. This dealt with a vacant land in Hollandale Beach. And one day a title company got a call in Broward County, and this person said, very nice person said, hey, you know what? My family, they live in Michigan. That's where my grandkids are. I really want to move there and just enjoy my golden years. And I have this one thing to my name that can really help me do this. I have this parcel in Hollandale Beach owned free and clear. Can I please sell it? Would you sell it for me? And the title company said, sure, we'll sell it to you. Show us you own it. And the person sent over some very legitimate looking documentation, a driver's license, a passport, other information that showed that she owned the property, which was great. All looked all uppity. They then though said, well, we also have to meet you in person. And she said, well, I can't meet you in person, but I can do it over Zoom. And they said, great. So the Zoom meeting opened up, and on one side you had the mortgage company, and on the title company. On the other side, you had this very sweet senior citizen sitting at a dining room table, drinking either coffee or tea, and she was so nice. And she's sitting there talking about how much she loves her grandkids, how she loves Broward County as well. But you know what? Even though it's cold in Michigan, she wants to move there and really just enjoy her golden years. It just so happened, though, that every 30 seconds there was something weird going on. As she went to drink her coffee or tea, there was a little glitch, kind of like that. The same thing over and over and over. And the title company got a little suspicious. They're having a great conversation with this lady, but there was something that just didn't feel right. So they actually sent it to our office. We looked at it, and it turned out that sweet senior citizen sitting at a dining room table drinking coffee or tea was artificial intelligence, which is a very scary thing. So their technology is getting a lot better. The other thing people ask me is, Marty, who do they target? Well, we found they target just about everybody. They target people of all different races, religions, high net worth, low net worth, all kinds of different occupations. But they really, really, really love, for the most part, overwhelmingly, they love to target our most vulnerable people. They target senior citizens. They target people with disabilities. They love to target people that don't speak English as their first language because they can easier get away with a person that doesn't speak English. They target people all the time. And there's one case that's kind of my guiding light. And I'd like to talk about this case. There hasn't yet been a conviction, but I believe there will be. But I want to tell you about the people that are involved in this case. The victim was about as vulnerable as they come. The victim was a senior. He also was severely mentally and physically disabled. As a matter of fact, he had the mentality of a 6-year-old that he had his entire life. The defendant was a former Miami-Dade law enforcement officer. And that's what makes me the most mad about this case, because the victim, who is so needs to be protected, and the person that's supposed to be protecting him is the one doing defrauding him. And here are the facts that we know of. The victim lived in Miramar, and the defendant lived 2 doors down. And while the victim was alive, his parents took care of him. They were his caregivers. His parents passed on. They then left their property to his sister, who became his caregiver. She took care of him and she loved him. She then passed on. When that happened, that's when the neighbor 2 doors down did what she did. The first thing she allegedly did was open up a fake power of attorney in his name so she can get all of his Social Security money and all kinds of other assets into using that into a bank account she utilized that she opened up with the power of attorney. She started getting it and had a great time, was going on cruises with it, really was getting away with it. She then decided to take it a step further, and she opened up a probate estate in the Broward County Circuit Courts to try to get everything from the sister who had passed on into his name. She used her power of attorney to do it. It went through the courts, the judge signed the order, and now all these assets, the sister's money, the house, everything is now in his name. The first thing that she did was sign over his house to her. She then took out a mortgage on the house and started renting out the house. She then moved him out of that house into a senior assisted living facility to be paid for by a Social Security disability. While he was there, she then did something else. And she decided to open up a fake life insurance policy in his name, making herself the beneficiary. He died. She got all that money as well. And she was having a great time at the expense of this really innocent person that it was just horrible what happened to him. But it just so happened that while she was doing all this, Miami-Dade had an internal affairs investigation into her over other things that she allegedly did. And they couldn't understand how she all of a sudden had another house, how she had all these assets, things that she didn't have before. So they sent it over to us. We investigated. She was arrested. She'll stand her day in court. You're innocent until proven guilty, but I think she's going to be proven guilty. That's kind of my guiding light, why I think this is so important, because it really illustrates the type of person they try to target. And finally, the last thing I wanted to bring up, Mr. Mayor, is people ask me, what kind of prison sentences are they getting? Well, the sentences are getting pretty big. And let me give you an idea of a couple of cases that we had where people got pretty long prison sentences. One case I love to talk about was one of our bigger cases. There were about 12 defendants. And one thing very interesting about this, I was told that all 12 defendants met each other in jail and they came up with a scheme in jail. And here's what they decided to do. They decided to use the court system to steal people's properties. So the ringleader would file quiet title actions in circuit court, basically lawsuits in circuit court saying this senior or this bank or this person no longer wanted the property. The return of service would be the guy's buddy who's in a mobile home in Hillsborough County. And he would say, oh, yeah, I represent this senior, that bank, that person. Yeah, they don't want the property anymore. Put in this guy's name or his company's name. They stole dozens of properties throughout Broward County. They made a lot of money doing it, but fortunately, the ringleader was found guilty recently, and he was sentenced to 8 years in state prison, followed by 10 years probation. Another very interesting person that was a minor co-conspirator was also found guilty, only given 10 years probation, but she was also ordered deported to her home country in Moldova, which is a very cold Eastern European country and can't come back here to the United States ever, which I think is great. And even recently, we had a jury trial from a person who was stealing senior homes in Tamarack, and the jury found this man guilty. Unanimously. And then the man walked up to the bench and he goes, Judge Odom, you know, I was just found guilty. When is my sentencing hearing? And Judge Odom says, well, you know, it's actually going to be in about 30 seconds from now. And he sentenced him to 15 years in prison right there. I'm very glad they're starting to sentence these people to a long time in prison because they really hurt our most vulnerable people. They do some very, very bad things. And I just wanted to bring that up because I hope anybody here that hasn't signed up for our Owner Alert program, please do it. It's free to the public and it's there to protect your most important asset, your home. And And also, I'd like to talk about this everywhere I go because I want everybody out there to know if you're thinking about doing it in Broward County, we're going to make sure you're held accountable and you're going to go to prison for a long time. With that said, Mr. Mayor, I've had 5 cups of coffee, 2 Red Bulls, and a Diet Coke. I'm a little wired, but I'm very excited to be here. Is there any questions that y'all have that I can answer?
First of all, thank you for coming. And I have the unique advantage of seeing Mr. Karazi speaking. And so anyone wondering if he took a breath during that
no, I
entire
don't.
time, the answer is no.
You know, I always tell people if politics doesn't work out, I'd be a great auctioneer. That's like my fallback.
Now I've talked to you about this in the past, but I think it's good for the public to know as well. So some of these bogus quiet title cases and the bogus probate cases, are you working with the chief judge to educate the judges to educate? So you're working with law enforcement, but for the judges to kind of see when these fraudulent cases are coming forward.
Yes, and thank you so much for bringing that up. Remember I spoke about the case where the people used the court system to steal people's properties? When the Sun Sentinel and the news media reported on that, I got a phone call at the time, was our retired chief judge, Judge Tudor, called me. And he goes, Marty, I'm incensed. I cannot believe these people are using the court system to steal people's properties. I want a meeting right now with yourself, the sheriff's office, the state attorney, the clerk of court, and everybody. So we all went over and we sat down with the judge. And Judge Tudor said, okay, what can I do to help? And we go, well, Your Honor, we have the criminal stuff down. We know how to find the people, how to prosecute the people, how to put them away, but we have a big problem. Our big problem is we don't have a whole lot of things we can do for the actual victim to get the property back to them in a much more expeditious and cost-efficient manner. It's really hard on them. And so the judge actually issued an executive order, an administrative order, where he actually made every single case dealing with deed fraud expedited. So now a lot of people are getting their properties back much, much quicker. At the same time, he's allowed us, and now our new chief judge, they've allowed us to have contact with the judges that are in the division that deal with deeds and foreclosures, things of that nature, just so we can talk to them about it and let them know this is what's happening so they can be really aware as to how bad this is and what they can do to make sure that anybody appearing before them cannot engage in deed fraud and also victims get their properties back quicker. So that's the best way I can answer it.
No,
Great
thank you.
question.
No, title fraud is real. So
It
appreciate
is. Thank you. And by the way, King, I didn't say this before. Congratulations to yourself and actually everybody here on re-elections and also, of course, on being elected to you all as well. I think it's really a fantastic thing when you get to serve in local government. And like I said, I am a constituent of Deerfield Beach for a week, so I appreciate you all very, very much, without a doubt.
Commissioner Hudak has his light on. You have a question?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, quick question. Again, Marty, thank you for all you do for our citizens of Broward County. Greatly
you.
appreciated. So if somebody does get one of these alerts, what do they do?
Such a great question. So if somebody gets an alert, and they can get it a few ways. You can actually sign up to get an email alert and a text message alert and a hard copy in the mail. And something I neglected to say before, there are some people in Broward County that, may not be great when it comes to emails or may not have access to computers. Seniors and others that may want somebody else to be able to get the alert for them. So the only people that we allow to actually get an alert that's not the actual property owner is somebody the property owner designates. For example, my dad is the best. I love him to death. He's in his 80s. He dances all the time. He's happy as punch. He goes out and plays golf, tries to play pickleball. I worry about him when he does that. But when it comes to using his computer and email, you know what? It's a challenge. So he actually assigned me to get any alert if somebody actually changed the deed on his property. So what happens is once you get the alert, whether it's a text message or an email or a hard copy in the mail, it really specifically shows in there exactly the steps you need to take in order to make sure that somebody can't steal your property and your title doesn't get clouded. You can fix things very quickly. For example, it'll give the phone number for our crimes against property team. Once they alert us, we then don't have to update the tax roll. So it won't reflect whoever that person who's trying to be the new owner would be. It also lets you know, we'll then call law enforcement, or the law enforcement or office will handle it. It also lets you know to call your mortgage company. It really goes through a lot of different things to do so you can really make sure you can protect yourself. And that's what's so important about our owner alert program. The one thing you can't stop is the first fraudulent act, somebody filing the fake deed. But it takes time for them to really hurt the person after they file that fake deed because they have to take out a mortgage. They have to rent out the property. It can take some time. So if you get an alert right off the top, you can actually stop any fraud really before the fraud can really harm you. And that's really what it details in the alert that's sent. I hope that helps. Oh, thank you, Mike, and thanks for your great service as well. And by the way, I have a fun story for you. A few years ago, do you remember when you gave me the pin up in Broward Days? So I think you guys have the best pin. I put it on. I was all proud of it. I then went and I hugged a legislator who then said, Marty, you just poked me with whatever pin you have. And I go, this is the greatest pin around. It's awesome. It's Deerfield Beach. I go, suck it up. But it's, if I still have that pin, I love it. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. Absolutely.
I don't see any other lights, but thank you for taking time out of your 1 week stay with us and coming in to us and informing us what's going on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all again for having me today. Have a fantastic day, everybody. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item number 3, discussion and potential action regarding public safety. Is your city manager?
You do it as a, Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, residents, and interested parties. Tonight, I'm here to bring you an update since our last commission meeting regarding the BSO contracts. So this one is the one dated for 8/5 of 25 today. So there was some activity between the last commission meeting and today, and I wanted to bring you up to speed on that. Prior to doing that, just as a recap, to remind those that are here and also those who have missed the previous meeting, this started essentially back in April when we received information about a salary study that the sheriff's office had conducted. Broward Sheriff's Office invited myself and our legal counsel down to discuss the salary study that they had done. The salary study seemed to indicate that there was a pay discrepancy between what Broward Sheriff's Office is paying their first responders, both on the fire and the police side. And the discrepancy was noted with particularly a lot of the local and surrounding jurisdictions. So they presented that information in April and said that they would be including those increases that the study indicated in the upcoming consideration letter for fiscal year 26. As per our contract that we've had with the Sheriff's Office, both fire and police, we receive every May, on May 1st, we receive what's called a consideration letter. That letter is delivered to us and it gives us our costs for the following fiscal year. It's based on the personnel that we have in the city at February. They have a particular way they do the calculation, but they submit that letter to us every May. In years past, we look at that, we do an analysis of it. If it's over, we send it back, which we've done in years past. They amend that consideration and send it back to us with the corrected numbers, and that's typically what goes before the commission. In May of 25 here, May 1st, we did receive those letters. They were exceeding what is the cap, and just as a reiteration, the cap is essentially a 5% limit on certain costs that are in the contract, that it cannot be exceeded. There are some costs in the contract that are not part of that cap. Some of that is like retirement, workers' comp, those types of things. There's also a separate cap on health insurance that is in the contract. But the vast majority of the costs, including personnel costs, are capped at 5% based on the contract. That was sent back on May 30th after we did an analysis of that, as we've done in every year past, and said, these costs exceed the cap, please modify the consideration and resend it. We didn't get a response until June 23rd, but we did get a response on June 23rd from the Sheriff's Office legal counsel that said, essentially, if you are unwilling to allow the Sheriff's Office to violate those caps, you have 1 week to decide, otherwise your services are terminated. And the letter from June 23rd was a notice of termination if we did not agree to those higher costs. So a few days later, on June 27th, I sent another letter to the Sheriff's Office asking them once again to abide by the contract that exists, that we have a contract with them. There was no response from the Sheriff's Office. So effectively on June 30th, that notice of termination took effect where the sheriff's office canceled services with the city effective September 30th of 2025. I updated the commission on all of that as of July 8th at that commission meeting. Now, it should be noted, you heard Marty Kier just now mention that we have revenues, just as an example, from what he estimates of about a $5 million increase in our tax revenues for next year. And to put that in perspective, the increase request for these two contracts alone was about $7.25 million. So it's exceeds even our total tax revenue increase by $2.25 million. Based on the commission presentation on the 8th, the next day, we reached out to the Broward Sheriff's Office and requested additional meeting with them. That meeting took place here on July 16th. And at that meeting, we discussed those caps. We discussed any possibilities that we could do to somehow meet the 5% cap. And that was with both fire rescue and law enforcement. And so we find ourselves here today, August 5th. I'm going to present to you what was relayed at that meeting. On the law enforcement side, law enforcement agreed that what they could do is freeze 8 of our vacant positions for 6 months, and then also remove about $202,000 in capital for the year and reduce some of the operating expenses by $15,000 for the year. The letter that we received, the revised letter from the sheriff's office on the law enforcement side, is for a 6-month period. And the reason why it's a 6-month period is because the contract will actually expire March 31st, and then they will renegotiate a new contract, ostensibly, that would be effective beginning April 1st. For the reduced contract costs that they submitted to us, it would go from $3 million a month to $2.9 million a month, roughly $75,000 savings per month for each of the first 6 months of fiscal year 26. That obviously does not bring us below the 5%. It doesn't do anything to the cap because it's really freezing these positions. What that means is they agree not to fill them, and then they won't bill us for those positions for that 6-month period. It works out to be about a $448,000 savings, and then new costs would become effective in April of 2026. So it makes it a little bit of a challenge to budget for the fiscal year 26 because there is this unknown effective April 1st of 2026. But the half-year contract would effectively be the $17.4 million. The second 6-month period, we don't know, but likely would be the $17.9 million, since that's what was in the original letter that we received from them from May 1st. So the likely total will be $35.3 million versus $35.7 million. And that's based on using the May 1st letter as the second half of fiscal year 26. If it remains that, then that's the savings that you're looking at, somewhere around $448,000. On the fire rescue side, they could not do any costs or didn't have any way to do cost-saving measures on theirs. So that remains at $39.5 million. They did recommend that we increase our rescue transportation fees. They currently are at $1,000 for the transport plus $15 a mile. That is right about the average in the county. There are some that are higher and there are some that are lower. They recommended increasing the fire assessment fees, increasing the fire inspection fees, eliminating the transportation fee waiver for residents, which is the difference that waiver, what it does is if you're a resident in Deerfield Beach and you get transported by EMS and your insurance pays $600, the city waives the additional $400. The city does not collect that from the residents. And my understanding of when that was originally implemented was because the residents already pay for fire rescue services on their taxes. And so whatever their insurance doesn't cover, we have not billed them for that in the past. So there was a recommendation that perhaps we can send any of those unpaid bills to collections. BSO also offered to, we've asked this for a couple of years, but they also offered again to look into Deerfield Beach being compensated for responses to unincorporated Broward County. That's particularly important on the fire rescue side because they do respond to the turnpike. for a number of calls during the year, and also anything that would respond to the unincorporated area off of Sample, north of Sample Road, the Mount Trashmore essentially is what that other one would be. That's the summary of the meeting that I had from the 16th of July. I received the additional letter from BSO on July 23rd, so that's why I'm presenting these updates to you tonight. At this point, services terminate September 30th of 2025, and we would be entering into a transition period, which is what the contract calls it. That transition period can be up to 24 months long. And during that transition period, we will be billed what the contract calls actual cost. That actual cost is it will be determined through conversations with BSO, obviously, on what their staffing and what their equipment needs are throughout the up to 24-month period. Because of that, we don't have the capacity internally right now, so I'm looking to onboard a transition manager as soon as possible prior to the October 1st date, so that they're able to be brought up to speed and they'll be able to manage any of the process and maintain the integrity of the details throughout the transition period. That is the update. Any questions?
Vice Mayor Preston, I saw your light first.
So, in explanation of the person that you want to bring on board, in details, what is their job description?
So it's a transition manager. So it's basically to be able to provide for the complete transparency of what costs were actually being charged for by the Broward Sheriff's Office, and to ensure that the services are being maintained at the same levels that the contract provides for. So the contract states that during the transition period, the service levels will remain in force that we have right now, but we will be billed at actual cost. It wouldn't be just the contract number itself. So it would be actual cost. The person would also be looking at those staffing levels, those equipment levels, pretty much on a daily basis to ensure that both sides are meeting their parts of the agreement.
So in essence, that person is going to watch that process as it unfolds.
Correct. And to ensure fiscal responsibility on our part, that we're making sure that we're paying for what we're getting, that that our taxpayers can be assured that what we are paying to the Sheriff's Office is what they need. And I think, you know, it's important to keep community confidence in that respect, that that the city is being mindful of the taxpayer dollar with that.
And if I heard you correctly, you said basically there was no cost savings to the city in this upcoming contract. You couldn't find any on the fire side, not on the police side. Is that correct?
That on the police side, they offered to freeze 8 positions that they said would not impact services. And in response with the freezing of the positions, we would not pay for those positions during the 6-month period until April. And also they would eliminate about 200,000 of capital requests and about 15,000 on operating expenses. So theirs actually did come down. It doesn't bring it down below a 5% cap because you have to consider the 8 positions. You either subtract them from the last year dollar amount to determine the percent increase, or you know, it's not just a raw number that you have to compare. So it brings it down probably on a gross level to about a little over 7%, somewhere in that range. But effectively, if you remove the 8 positions from last year's and compare it, it's still going to be in that 10 to 11% range.
In essence, the cost, we're really in the cost savings as far as the way I'm looking at it. But did they have any suggestions to how to save the city money? Because this money actually comes from our residents. This is where the money comes from. So did they have any suggestion as to, you know, how we can resolve this? And did they have any suggestions in terms of their flexibility?
The ones that are on the screen are the suggestions that came out of that meeting. So it was basically on the fire side, the recommendations were increasing the fees, eliminating the waiver to our residents, and utilizing more collections of using collection companies for getting that money we're not getting. And then also perhaps increasing revenue by an agreement with the county on the responses to the unincorporated area of Broward County. On the law enforcement side, it was really about the freezing of the positions, that capital elimination, and the small amount on the operating expenses.
Thank you.
Anything else, Vice Mayor?
That's it.
Commissioner Hudak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just for clarification for our residents, the city is doing this in response to a termination letter that we received from BSO. We did not cancel the policy. This is a letter that we received from BSO saying that they are terminating our services. And effective September 30th, or is it 1st?
September 30th.
September 30th, we will be forced to go into a transition period.
We can elect to go into it, and obviously we would. We have great services from law enforcement on the
Yes.
ground. We have great services from fire rescue. It's
I agree
excellent professional
100%.
services, and
I agree
and it's important to realize also that, I mean, there is, their salary study indicates a discrepancy of their salaries versus the surrounding ones. And I mean, at the end of the day, there isn't a price that you could even put on the salary. I mean, the number of lives that are saved by both law enforcement and fire rescue services is uncountable. And what price do you put on a first responder that's lost their life in the line of duty? There is no number that's
Agree
justified.
100%. So our recourse, basically, we can no longer accept a 10% increase even if we wanted to, because we've received a letter of termination.
We did receive the letter of termination because we did not agree to the 10+%
Correct.
increase. And so that termination became effective, or that termination notice was effective or was made June 30th by virtue of the letter, effective September 30th. And, the whole purpose of the caps in the contract that have been there in place is exactly to avoid what we're talking about this year, where just these two contracts exceed our increase in taxes by $2.25 million. So that means we have to cut something else.
Right, exactly. And on the fire side, basically, the only thing that we come up with is if a resident is transported to the hospital by an ambulance, and their insurance company does not pay for that transportation, we currently have a waiver so that the resident is not charged for that transportation.
They're not charged for the difference.
The difference. And their recommendation was to remove that waiver so that we could charge the resident the difference for that ambulance transportation.
That was one of the considerations we discussed.
And that's something that I would not be in favor of. So I do appreciate the clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything over there? I will just say, Mr. City Manager, that all of these discussions tonight have nothing to do and do not reflect on the great men and women, some of which are here tonight sitting behind you, for the service that they provide the city of Deerfield Beach.
Correct.
This is not a reflection on them. They provide an excellent service to us and to the city of Deerfield Beach to protect us and our residents. And so they do a great job every day putting themselves and their families into the line of fire, literally sometimes. And so
Absolutely.
this does not reflect upon that. This is not a fight that the city of Deerfield Beach picked. This is something that was brought to us, and now we are slowly having to respond. I don't think all is lost. I think there's still opportunities. But this is just simply a way of hedging our bets as we go forward, because we have to protect the residents of the city of Deerfield Beach as well. Which brings me to my second point is, no matter what happens in the next 2.5 years, public safety is not going to be compromised. Somebody
Correct.
sitting at home listening to this tonight should not be fearful that their service on the fire or the police side is going to be compromised in any way. That won't not change regardless going forward. The big boys will have to figure this out from a policy level, but we will do that and figure it out. But the residents do not need to be concerned.
That's absolutely correct. And, we have made a point over and over, both with BSO Command and with our residents as we meet with them in community meetings, that the men and women who are serving in our city, both on police and fire side, do exceptional service. They risk their lives every day. And our residents are extremely appreciative of that. And that the good thing about the provision of the transition in the contract is that the same excellent level of service is provided for. So there's no diminution of services or levels of service or anything like that during the transition period. My issue with mentioning to you tonight about a transition manager is because I have only 39 workdays until October 1. And 39 workdays is a very, very short period of time to be able to have somebody that can manage that process.
Thank you, Commissioner Plow.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all these comments. I appreciate the mayor's comment to assure the public that the number one priority of elected officials is to provide safety and health and safety for our folks, and we intend to do that. Also, this is no reflection on BSO Fire, Emergency Services, or police, because they do an outstanding job. This is not a fight that we picked, but just to cut to the chase financially, and you said it, but I want to just have it restated, because when you say the words ad valorem taxes, people probably don't realize that that is pretty much about a main source of income is property taxes. And so what we're saying at this time, not staying within this 5% cap and having an overall increase of 11.5% at this time for this budget that we're considering for next year, the price for fire and for police and emergency services will exceed the taxes that we bring in from our property taxes. Is that?
They do exceed that, but the other issue that I pointed out at the last meeting was that the rate of increase of the two contracts far exceeds the property tax revenues for the city. This year alone, it will exceed it by 2.5 million. And by fiscal year 29, we will have no choice but to raise millage at some point between now and then.
And so since they have delivered this ultimatum and we're in this position, unless somebody wins the Powerball and comes forward and they live in Deerfield Beach and everything else, we will have to raise the fire assessment fee, and we'll have to raise our millage rate. Correct?
That is what you would have to either do that or make some cuts in essential services somewhere else.
Okay, I know it's been stated in your presentation, but I just want to clarify that in a very simple way that everyone can understand that. And that's what my comment is. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else, Mr. City Manager?
That is all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. On to number 4, and I believe 4 and 5 can be considered together but voted separately, correct?
That's correct. So I'm going to read the titles for items number 4 and 5. Item number 4 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, considering a major site plan from RMT SDE LLC to construct a one-story, 212,240 square foot industrial warehouse building with associated site improvements on the approximately 11.28 acre property generally located at 1701 Southwest 45th Way, application number 23-I2-09, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. Item number 5 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, considering a major site plan from RMT SDE LLC to construct a one-story, 220,200 square foot industrial warehouse building with associated site improvements on the approximately 11.5 acre property generally located at 1801 Southwest 45th Way, application number 23-I2-10, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. And the representative on behalf of the applicant. You do have the right to a more formal quasi judicial proceeding where we call witnesses, swear people in, cross-examine, et cetera, or you could choose to waive that right and move forward with a more informal hearing process. So if you could just let me know on the record after you state your name and address, whether you choose to waive the more formal process. Thank you.
My name is Julian Luco. I work for Thompson and Associates, an engineering firm down in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Our address is 412 Southeast 18th Street, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33316. We choose to not waive.
You do not want to waive, so you want to have the more formal process, swearing in witnesses, et cetera?
Oh, okay. We can waive.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So to get started, I know you've already presented some of the information for the site. We are working on developing two sites. They are both adjacent to each other. They're located 1701 and 1801 Southwest 45th Way. For context, they're right north of the trash mountain that was mentioned in the previous presentation. Both of these sites feature new developments. They're currently not undeveloped. The north site has approximately 212,240 square feet. The south side has 220,000 square feet. They're both zoned industrial. As far as some additional property information is concerned, they are both approximately 23 acres. Again, zoned I2 for limited heavy industrial, and they are in an area that is also zoned similarly. As I previously mentioned, both sites are currently vacant parcels. As you see right now, this is the north side, also known as Independence Industrial Park number 1. One thing I do want to point out that is not written in the presentation is that both of these sites are, they don't currently have any tenant allocation, but the north side itself has up to 8 slots for tenants. The south side that I'll speak about shortly will have approximately 6, or at most 6. This is a zoomed in version of the site plan that you guys are looking at right now. This is the east side of Independence Industrial Park number 1. This is the overall site plan for Independence Industrial Park number 2. And here you see a more detailed zoomed in version of the west side of Independence Industrial Park number 2. And here's the east side of Independence Industrial Park 2. As you can see, both buildings are very similar, but in order to maximize the lots that are oddly shaped and different, the buildings are similar but different in shape and size. Some of the design and architectural features that you'll be seeing, and again, most of this was done by H&M Architects. They are renowned down in Florida, and many of their buildings are seen all throughout Broward County. The building features a contemporary design with architectural details such as wall offsets, parapet projections, and canopies. Mechanical equipment is fully screened from view to preserve the clean roofline and modern aesthetic. Loading bays are thoughtfully placed within the site, ensuring none face the street for a more polished exterior appearance, meaning that you won't be able to see them from 45th Way, and you won't have a direct line of sight to them from the turnpike. Here are some elevations and also the color legend that was chosen for these two sites. Here are some renderings for Independence Industrial Park number 1. And these are renderings for Independence Industrial Park number 2. And as you can see, very similar buildings. As far as the landscaping is concerned, the thought behind it was to provide a lush and cohesive perimeter landscaping around the site. Layered landscape includes a variety of canopy and understory trees, palms, and shrubs. The landscape buffers actually exceed the minimum requirements in most areas, except for where both buildings are back to back. That area was not landscaped because they share a corridor in order to access and maximize the usable space in the lot. Here is a rendering that we developed from above. You can see exactly what the landscape layout is for both of the buildings, and you can also see the existing area surrounding our sites. On this picture, you can tell clearly that we are adjacent to the Florida Turnpike. As far as some traffic circulation is concerned, we ran vehicle tracking analysis to prove that this site is built for semi-trailers, for emergency access vehicles like fire trucks and ambulances, and also for the garbage trucks that will be coming in and out of the site. far as the drainage design is concerned, this 2 lots that we're currently developing are part of a larger master plan that we're working on, or that we've worked on as an engineering firm as well. These are just the first 2 lots that are coming in. There are other ones that are coming as well. And then try to be very thoughtful with drainage design. We used, your typical stuff, your retention areas. We incorporated some flumes in order to avoid having to use, drainage structures everywhere. Again, this is just a zoomed in version of what some of our civil design thoughts are. Again, this one is for the Independence Industrial Park 2 site. This is adjacent to the property on the west side, abutting the turnpike. And that's all. I'd like to open up the floor for any questions.
Any questions to the applicant? I do not see any lights. Thank you very much. Just have a seat for a moment. We're going to open it up to the public on items 4 and 5. Anyone that would like to speak on 4 and 5, now is an opportunity. You received 3 minutes, time by Madam Clerk. We're going to start. Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up this evening for items 4 or 5? No? Okay, so I don't see anyone online with their hands raised. So those in the commission chamber, now's your turn. Come on up, state your name and address for the record, please, and 3 minutes.
Jonathan Ungian, 1938 Northeast 6th Street. So I think projects such as these are good. I'm pretty well known in Boca Raton. That's where I do most of my business. But listening to the last discussion with BSO, I think this council or commission needs to do things to incentivize development, because incentivizing development and raising the tax base as opposed to raising people's taxes is the way to go. I don't think there's enough meaningful development and enough incentivization to build in this city and redevelop. I live on the island. There could be a lot of redevelopment, but it's very slow. And at the current units per acre and the amount that they're allowed to develop, let alone commercially, there's not much commercial business in Boca Raton. I listen to Mayor Singer in Boca Raton constantly talk about driving people from New York to Boca Raton. I don't hear those things from this city. I don't hear trying to do the projects that increase economic development, that you would have a lot more of a budget to do things such as paying BSO and the fire department what they may need to be the current wage. So just wanted to give a thought to that, not just specifically regarding this project, but how this city can increase its tax base, not just increase taxes on its current residents, to create a better environment for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ungian. Anyone else in the commission chamber would like to speak on numbers 4 or 5? I do see a hand that came up online, Madam Clerk, Katie Freitag. If you could unmute her, please.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to raise my hand. I do apologize.
Mrs. Freitag, go ahead.
Katie
Name and
Freitag.
address for the record, please.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. I am for this development. I don't know that we can, it's not an area where we can put any kind
Mrs.
of
Freitag,
residential.
You're muted. No, now she's muted. Did she leave?
Hello?
No, she's there. You may have
Oh.
the volume down.
Hello?
Try it again, Miss Freitag. Otherwise, we're gonna have to unfortunately move on.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street.
While we're waiting, is there anyone else in the commission chamber or anyone else online? Ms. Freitag is the last. Well, we're gonna have to unfortunately move on. If you want to email your comments or put it in the chat to the clerk, she can read it. But I don't see that anything is wrong with our system. Correct, Madam Clerk? Okay. Given that, I'm going to close the public hearing on items number 4 and 5. Remember, Commission, we have to vote on them separately, so I don't see any lights, so I'll entertain a motion on item number 4 first, please.
Motion to approve item number 4.
Second.
Motion to approve item 4 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Plount. Could you call the roll, Madam Clerk, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. And now item number 5. I'll entertain a motion for number 5, please.
Motion to approve item 5.
Second.
Same as 4, motion to approve by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Plount. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
We are now on item number 6. Items 6 and 7 are also related, so I'm going to go ahead and read the titles for both of those items. Item number 7 is actually required of the applicant as a condition of approval for item number 6. Item number 6 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, considering a major site plan from Kurt Aaron to construct a 2,240 square foot warehouse facility and associated site improvements on the property generally located at 282-284 Northeast First Avenue, application number 23-B3-116. Considering a variance from the Land Development Code, section 98-61, to permit a rear setback of 2 feet 5 inches in lieu of the minimum 10-foot rear setback required by code. Considering 2 variances from code section 98-80 E2 to permit a 2-foot 5-inch encroachment into the perimeter rear buffer in lieu of the minimum 5-foot perimeter buffer required by code, and to permit a 5-foot perimeter buffer at the accessible parking spot location in lieu of the minimum 10-foot front right-of-way perimeter buffer required by code. That's case number 2641, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. Item number 7 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, accepting a 5-foot wide and 10-foot wide right-of-way dedication to the city from Aaron Group LLC along Northeast First Avenue as depicted on Exhibit A in connection with the Aaron Warehouse Development Project located at 282 through 284 Northeast First Avenue, providing for conflicts, implementation, and an effective date. And Mr. Aaron, after you state your name and address for the record, you heard the spiel from before. If you could just advise us whether you choose to waive the more formal quasi-judicial proceeding or not, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and Madam Clerk. My name is Kurt Aaron, address 2082 Sonrisa Way, Boca Raton, Florida. And yes, I waive.
Thank you. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Aaron. Just to point out to the commission that because the item number 6 includes variances, it will require a 4/5 affirmative vote from you all in order to approve it. Thank you.
Well, good evening again. I am looking to construct a much smaller warehouse around the corner over here at 282, 284 Northeast First Avenue. Any questions?
Not sure it's quite that simple, but
First timer.
is there a presentation? I see there's a slide on our screen. Is there any
Oh, do I go through this? All right.
That's- typical? Yes.
First timer. And here's a picture of the lot. It's an odd shaped lot. I like to call it my little pie. I purchased it 2 years ago in intent to put a small warehouse storage facility on it, just west of the tracks there. I also know, I think there's another warehouse being constructed across the street and a church to the right down the street there. We meet the zoning, the land use, there's the acres and the legal description. Again, it's a storage warehouse with 2 bays and a single bathroom and site improvements with parking, paving, site and landscape irrigation. And I'm seeking the variances, 2'5" with a minimum of 10 is required. Variance for 5 feet buffer where the minimum 10 is required. And 2'5" where the minimum rear buffer is 5, which is the small corner of the building, which you could see on the bottom right of the picture here. And that's obviously our floor plan. Oops, let's go back one. That's a copy of our survey. Legal descriptions. elevations, metal roof, impact windows. Tried to put some, character to it, sticking with the Pioneer Grove style, and other elevations of the east side and the north side. And now, questions?
Commissioner Hudak.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in order for us to approve a variation, you need to tell us why. So why don't you go a little bit into the variation that you need and why we should be approving it?
There's a slide, actually, I'm sorry to interrupt. Madam Clerk, could you bring up there's a slide that has the 3 variances on it that may be helpful for the discussion we're about to have. Sorry, Commissioner.
No, I appreciate it.
It was towards the middle of the presentation. There you go.
Good. Let's talk about these.
Well, due to the dimensions of the lot, when the Dixie flyover occurred, the site was altered extremely, as you know. And being that I thought that I could make something out of it, I purchased the lot 2 years ago in the hopes of developing it for a warehouse. And that's why I'm requesting some variance to squeeze what I can squeeze on it, if you will.
And what would be your hardship if the variance was not approved?
I would obviously reduce the size of the building and my use of the site, so. And at one point when I was going through with zoning, I had considered, selling the lot because it was frustrating to get to this point, if you will.
Thank you.
Gonna stop there. I mean, I'll pick up the first. This commission, Mr. Aaron, in the past, we have, held applicants to a higher standard when it comes to the variance requests. We don't give them out like candy here in Deerfield Beach. So if you can kind of go through, we'll help you. But you have 3 there. So like, for example, the first one, you're asking for 2.5 feet as opposed to 10 feet. If you could just explain to us, why you need 2.5 and not 10, and do that for the other 2, that may make my colleagues, it made me feel them a little bit better.
Well, excuse me if I'm not, architecturally diverse here. I've had my engineer and architect working with zoning to try to maximize it. And if we go back to let's go to the site here, you could see how odd shaped it is. So, I mean, to make or put a building on there that would be, beneficial, I had a little to work with. And I think if we also go forward to the survey or this floor plan here, I mean, we're not, I guess what I understood too is some of the areas that we had to move the building back to allow for the sidewalk modifications to for traffic and everything else to comply. So it was the best fit that they could come up with. If that answers some questions, a lot of lights going on.
A lot of lights, yes. A lot of lights. I think we're going to try and help you. Mr. Sunnison, do you want to, I saw your hand go up. Do you want to help out? Because I'm pretty sure item number 7 has some influence on this discussion as well. It's just not being talked through this. It's just not super articulate for me and my colleagues.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for an excellent question. And so I'm going to kind of walk you through this. If you look at the history of this property, it's been cut up and diced up by several federal projects for construction of the Dixie Highway Road flyover, as well as the FEC, as well as just all of the right-of-way that's contained between Northeast River Drive, as well as Northeast First Avenue. So what we've got is what any designer, and the designers of this particular project had a tremendous challenge in, is this is leftover land that's hard to deal with. You can't put a box real easy on this. So when you couple that history along with the request for additional right-of-way along Northeast First Street that came from the city, The grounds for a variance are fairly straightforward. One, we're asking for additional land, which imposes more restrictions on what would be buildable for the building itself. And then you have to look at just the workability of that building envelope within the setbacks. The first setback, I believe, was a 2.5 foot setback to the rear, which is to the top of the property. In reality, you just don't get all of the parking requirements, the square footage, and the setbacks all met. The other two variances are in regard to the landscape buffer, which, again, because of these takings over the years, infringes upon the applicant's ability to develop the property, therefore establishing some hardship for the project. Did I answer everybody's questions with regard to variances?
We're gonna find out. There's a lot of lights, but
Got it.
I mean, I think you at least laid the table. Thank
I'll
you.
be available in case you all need some more
Yes,
assistance.
don't go very far. I don't know who was first, but we'll take it, Vice Mayor, first.
Thank you, Mayor. If I'm hearing you correct, sir, you're saying that the property that was purchased, absence of giving us voting on the affirmative of this variance, there would be a parking issue. Is that correct? Did I hear that right? That would
Well,
be-
it's a storage warehouse, so, just to meet the handicap requirements,
Okay.
we had to modify that.
And if you don't get the variance, then it will also be pretty difficult for you to develop the property as is. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with the variances of the setback, that puts you in a more prominent position to be able to develop the property
Yes, sir.
for you to get into business.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and those two issues, parking and just overall development.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're getting there. Thank you, everybody. Commissioner Plow?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually going to speak in defense of the applicant in the respect that I did confer with Eric Power, our planning director, and it's my understanding not only is this a difficult project because we had the same kind of situation with a trapezoidal type of property next to that, exactly in back of that or next to that, because of that bridge and the loss of land and everything else, and we had to do a lot of special things to let that applicant build. And in number 7, what this is actually saying is the applicant is giving up property to the city, okay? And so that we can have a right-of-way there for the future, meaning if we have to put in stormwater protection, or we have to put in a sidewalk, or we have to develop the street better, re-asphalt it, whatever, we're going to have that right away along with this project. So despite the fact that the city is not the city, the federal government is taken away land from that area for a couple of different folks that want to develop the land because of the bridge, the fact that they're giving away some of their land that they own right now for us to be able to have a right of way, to me, does prove a case for a variance. That's all I have to say, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shinetsky.
Yes. You said you want to make a storage warehouse. Do you have a specific tenant or type of tenant that would be in that warehouse?
I am the tenant.
You
I'm,
are the
I'm the
tenant.
owner, the contractor, the builder, tenant, everything.
I'm just curious what will be in there? What is your industry?
I still have a property over, at where the CrossFit building is, 905 Southeast First Way, where I used to store my items, car, RV, whatever it may be. Nothing long-term, just to have a storage warehouse. And that tenant took over. So that's when I decided to look for another piece of property rather than having to pay rent in other places. I also own a construction company, so I store some equipment, trailer, and that kind of items.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I agree with Commissioner Plow that you know, and hardship may be warranted here. But my colleague to my right, Commissioner Hudak, has said that we don't give away variances, and we don't. It becomes your responsibility when you come with whatever the issue is to convince us, and not for us to convince us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have to make your case, and it has to be a case that we can talk about, but the information shouldn't be presented, which it was, for us to basically help you out.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think it's warranted, but you have to do a much better job of conveying that information so that my colleagues can decipher that information and make an informed decision and not just say yes to say yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Aaron, if you just mind having a seat for a second, we're going to open it to the public now. We're going to open the items 6 and 7. 6 and 7 to public comment now. We're going to start. Madam Clerk, did anybody sign up in advance? Then nobody signed up in advance. Then we'll go to those in the commission chamber this evening. Anyone in the commission chamber this evening like to speak on items number 6 or number 7? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to online. Do you see any hands, Madam Clerk? I don't see any hands. Okay, so then there's no one signed up, no one here, and no one online. So we'll close the public hearing for item 6 and number 7. I don't see any lights for any further discussions, so I'll entertain a motion on item number 6 only. We're going to vote on them separately.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve item number 6 by Commissioner Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Plout. Just remember, we need a 4/5 vote to pass. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. And now item 7.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Excuse me, item to approve, item number 7 by Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
Item number 8 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, rezoning approximately 0.869 gross acres located at 110, 120, 130, and 140 Southwest Second Terrace from residence single-family RS7 to residence multifamily RM10, application 25-R-205, providing for a maximum of 8 townhouse dwelling units, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date. And sir, if you've heard the spiel, if you could let me know after you state your name and address for the record, whether or not you want the more formal quasi judicial hearing or whether you choose to waive that hearing. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. My name is Juan Chapa with Keith Engineering located in Pompano at 301 East Atlantic Boulevard in Pompano Beach, and I choose to waive. All right, let me. Ooh. All right. Am I able to control the slides or? Okay, no problem. All right. So good afternoon. So today I'm here to discuss the Southwest First Street, Southwest Second Terrace, the rezoning application, also concurrently being reviewed, but not in the hearing today, if I'm not mistaken, the plat note amendment request. However, I will discuss briefly the plat note amendment request within this presentation. However, as in regards to the rezoning request, we are rezoning from RS7 single-family residence to RM10 multifamily residence. The plat note amendment request consists of an existing plat note amendment revision, which currently states 8 townhouse units on lots 1 through 4 and 4 single-family detached units on lots 5 through 8. The proposed plat note will be restricted to 16 townhouse units on lots 1 through 8. Next, please. In regards to the plat note amendment request, City of Deerfield Beach is located within Broward County. Broward County is a charter county which oversees plat note amendment requests to ensure that concurrency requirements are being met. Concurrency refers to or ensures that infrastructure keeps up with growth such as schools, roads, and utilities within municipalities. And it ensures to make sure development is responsible and sustainable for the future. Here's our site lot located within Southwest Second Terrace. We have 4 lots highlighted in red, fronting Southwest First Street, Southwest Second Terrace, and Southwest First Court. Here's another aerial of the adjacent zoning uses. So as you could see, On the east is RS7, on the south RS7, and on the west we have RM10, which we're looking forward to having RM10 on our site to be compatible with what's going on across. And just to give a little bit of context as well, the lots 1 through 8 are in Laura and Glenda Estates plat. So on the west side, you have lots 1 through 4, which are right now RM10, and our lots 5 through 8 are in RS7. So it'd essentially be be compatible with what's going on across the street. Next, here's another area. Oh, sorry, go back one. Here's another area of our site highlighted in red, overlaid on the city zoning map, indicating that we're in RS7 currently. This property location is unique as it provides an opportunity of attractive street frontage facing Southwest First, Southwest Second Terrace, and Southwest First Court. Additionally, it provides a smooth transition from commercial district right off of Hillsborough Boulevard into residential of multifamily and single-family residential district. And next. Sorry, guys. Surrounding uses, the existing uses are currently single-family, multifamily, and commercial as stated before. This property will be redeveloped as multifamily townhomes to be compatible with what's going across the street on Southwest Second Terrace. Our application is consistent with the land use plan map. It will allow up to 10 dwelling units per acre. This rezoning will permit up to 10 to 8 units on our site. This application does align with the goals, objectives, and policies outlined within the comprehensive plan, as it does not result in spot zoning, provides housing opportunities, accommodates infill development with a stylish neighborhood, and provides transition from commercial strip to single-family and multifamily development. As stated, the application is consistent with the moderate residential land use category and is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, and I'll leave the floor open to any questions.
This is the point where the city clerk has to make an announcement.
Pursuant to ordinance 2009-006, City of Deerfield Beach Code of Ethics, the applicant's representative made the following campaign contributions. Commissioner Hudak, $500 on November 14th, 2022. Commissioner Shanetsky, $500 on May 4th, 2024. Commissioner Plout, $500 on January 16th, 2025. And Mayor Drosky, $500 on November 19th, 2024, and $500 on January 16th, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any lights. So like before, take a seat, stay close. We're going to open it to the public hearing and we'll invite you back if we have any questions at the end.
Thank you.
This is for item number 8. Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up in advance for item number 8? Is there anyone inside the chamber this evening that would like to speak on item number 8? Come down, state your name and address for the record. Welcome, Mr. Freitag.
Good evening, Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street, Deerfield Beach, Florida. My only concern about this development is have the residents who live in single-family homes, based on the map that I saw, I'm assuming that these townhomes would be at least 2, maybe 3 stories tall. So I would encourage our commissioners and our mayor to maybe find out if there's a 500-foot radius of where this proposed project is going to go up and find out how the residents in that area feel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else inside the commission chamber that would like to speak this evening? Former Commissioner Gloria Battle, welcome.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak before my time, but I'm concerned, commissioners, Mr. Mayor and commissioners, that if we continue to allow all of this spot development, which I'm seeing, basically in District 2, we're going to run out of single family space, single family homes, a place to put single family home. It's traditionally been a single family home community, but as we see at the corner of 10th Street or whatever, there's a multi-family development, 2 houses, 2 going up, the same thing is going up across from B'nai B'rith. And what we really need in that area when we have vacant property is single family homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else in the commission chamber? Mr. Unjian, come on down. You have a head start.
Jonathan Unjian, 1938 Northeast 6th Street. Again, I think redevelopment is good. Getting rid of old homes on the tax base that are not contributing as much tax wise. Again, services, things like that are all based on the tax roll. We need to incentivize development. I'm not a developer. I'm a large property owner in Boca Raton. I'm a homeowner in Deerfield Beach. The tax base is always increasing with our neighbor. And we don't see enough homes. If they're allowed to in that area, they should be allowed to. The reality is height and things like that, as long as they meet the requirements, I'm sure you all understand, I've heard you say it before, it's allowed. So, again, like I said, I don't think that redeveloping and increasing the tax base is a bad thing. We should be incentivizing that, and I look forward to hearing more things such as this, and I'm happy to hear that variance that you just approved that doesn't impact many neighbors and things like that. But the other thing I want to comment, because I do attend almost all city council meetings in our neighbor, I hear the planning department involved more. The presentation that I watched these
You gotta
developers.
keep it specific to the item
Specific to
before,
this,
so just
absolutely.
kind of keep it tight, please.
But in regards to this, whether, the things that were proposed there, that should be a planning person coming up saying all these things, that their presentation would be a lot shorter. Whether planning approves it and supports it, that should be a critical component of you approving it. And I don't hear planning involved, whether they approve something such as this. I think they're planners, and I think they're important in this. And you should be listening to your experts, whether something is supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the commission chamber this evening that would like to speak on item number 8? Okay, I do see some hands online. Madam Clerk, I'm just going to go by the order that I see them. I don't know who raised them first. We'll start with former State Representative Gwen Clark-Reed. State Representative, if you could unmute yourself, please. There we go.
Gwen Clark-Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield Beach. I want to know about the Pioneer
so
Grove
Once
architectural structure look.
Once isn't off, but twice. Give us a second, State Representative. We're trying to figure something out. This will not count against your 3 minutes. Those online, hang tight. We're trying to resolve a potential issue that may be here in the chamber. That is former State Representative Gwen Clark-Reed, Katie Freitag, and something very long.
You try now.
Okay, State Representative, unmute and try again, please.
Gwen Clark-Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield Beach. Am I all right now?
You're good to go. Sorry about that. Thank you. Please
Okay,
proceed.
thank you, Mayor. My concern about this project is that we talked about Pioneer Grove in a meeting the other night in district, in that area. And I want to know if the developer or builders are going to follow that architectural structure and look that is for the Pioneer Grove area, which carries over into that part of District 2. I would be looking forward to hearing about that. Thank you.
Thank you, State Representative. But this is just a rezoning tonight. It's not a full-blown site plan. That'll probably come to us at a future date.
And even in, all right, and as far as the rezoning is concerned, like Commissioner Battles said, we are looking for single-family home development to continue in District 2. And I'm concerned about what's happening with all the multifamily that's coming in. So I'd like just to say that I'm opposed to this because of the rezoning, because of the single family home building that we are looking forward into in District 2. Thank you.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Thank you, State Representative. Next, Madam Clerk, that I see is Katie Freitag.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. Can you hear me?
We
Just-
can, yes, we're up and running. Go ahead.
I also am in opposition of this townhome association for the one key factor, and that is they never put enough parking in it. I know it's something that would come up during the site plan assessment, but they never put enough parking in for a 2 or 3 bedroom townhome to accommodate. They won't accommodate enough vehicles, and that will require people parking on the street, similar to all the way down Second Avenue, straight down from City Hall. You'll see the cars parked all over the streets because there's never enough parking spaces within the development for all of the cars that for the people that live there. So I am against it and prefer that that the zoning stay as it is, and that the builder come back with single family home options instead.
Thank you, Mrs. Freitag. The next hand that I see, I hope this is legitimate, is A with a bunch of S's, ERW, looks like an E. And there's going to be an eye test tonight, but.
I'm not sure if that what is showing, but Ms. Jackson is on the line.
Okay, you're unmuted, Ms. Jackson. Name and address for the record, please.
Okay, Sandra Jackson, 386 Southwest 35th Avenue in Deerfield Beach, Florida. Not sure on why they showed up. It's the first time I can get on. It's been a while, but I hope everybody is doing well. I agree with Ms. Ballin, also Ms. Clark Reed, and also with Katie. I am against what they're trying to do. I think we need to go with more single family homes. I'm concerned about the parking. And please don't make your decision because this guy gave you guys donation from your campaign. And, I don't want you guys to go and make a decision on that. I wish there was a way that you guys couldn't vote on it because you did go to donation. I wish you guys can come to the resident in that area and have a petition or something sent out to them, asking them if this is what they want in their neighborhood. Because by you guys getting donations from this company, it makes people, not saying you guys are doing it, but it makes people think that sometimes things get voted on because of donations, because of election. So please just consider, the people in that area, because I do have family members that live in that area. I am concerned about the whole city, not only District 2, because we're just getting overgrown with these different high-rise buildings going up. And right now it stands providing living for people to come in and the different people to come into our city. And as you look, especially with everything that's been going on with the immigration, everywhere you look now, you see for rent signs. So I don't think there's no problem with people trying to come in because there's a lot of places that is available right now for rent. So please just consider that and consider the people in the resident. And from my understanding, I'm just wondering if the people got any mail out, letting them know what their plans are. And again, like you say, if it's a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, considering, if they have kids or more than one person living in there, the space for parking and for their guests. And take that into consideration also.
Thank you, Mrs. Jackson. I do not see any other hands online, Madam Clerk, unless you see one that I do not. And I do not see anyone else in the commission chamber lined up to speak. So we're going to close the public hearing for item number 8. And I see Commissioner Plout, you had your light on first.
Thank you, Mayor.
Before we do, I'm sorry to cut you off, Commissioner Plout. The applicant, would you like to say anything in response to the public comment? You don't have to. I'm just going to give you that opportunity if you would like before the commission starts its consideration.
Yeah, I'll be brief.
Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner, I should have done that first.
No problem, Mayor.
Okay, so thanks everyone for their questions, and I do understand where you're coming from. To begin with, we did have a community outreach meeting, which was held on June 26th, if I'm not mistaken, on a Thursday at 6 p.m. So that was held, public notices by mail from our office as well as from the city was sent out. about 2 weeks prior to this meeting. So everyone within that 500-foot radius from the site should have been noticed. Other than that, in regards to the spot zoning that was brought up, I believe that was a question that was there. Essentially, this whole reason that we're going in for this rezoning is that back in 2003, which was previously approved with the city, if I'm not mistaken, if I don't have that date right, could be wrong, could be 2001, 2003. However, it was recently rezoned from the city from R7 to RM10. So this is essentially just providing, since this is one plat itself with 4 lots on each side, it's essentially going to be compatible with a total of 8. So it'll be RM10, RM10. It's not spot zoning as well because it is compatible use as residential. We're not going to commercial or industrial. So just wanted to make that clear. In regards to the actual architectural features and parking, that will all come once, the site plan application is processed and submitted to the city. But those are my answers to all the questions that we just heard.
Okay, thank you. And now Commissioner Plout, sorry about that.
No problem, Mayor. Thank you.
I think we're doing the commission deliberation. You can sit down. If anyone needs you, we'll call you back up.
I think that was good that he was able to have a retort to the comments by the public. I had the same thoughts when I looked at this initially, like, geez, there's some single family homes around that area. In fact, right adjacent to that site. And Assistant Director Sunnison can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm told that is owned by the applicant's family. And they're planning on demolishing that single family house. So that kind of squashes the next door neighbor not liking an 8-unit building next to them. Okay. So they're going to demolish that house. That's my understanding. Is that correct? Okay, it is. So, the other observation that I have is that it's already zoned multifamily, RM7. They can build up to 7 units there without asking for this one additional unit. And also, the last observation that I have, and I thought about this a lot, is the fact that the community has talked about having affordable housing. We need affordable housing. Especially with the presentation tonight from Mr. Kiar about the average, and I wrote it down, what the average home is worth $775,000. And now we don't have a site plan on this yet either, so we don't know exactly what this is going to look like. But if you want affordable housing, unfortunately, because of the cost of housing, a single family house probably wouldn't be affordable. And we're looking in other areas of the city, and the mayor's and my district for affordable housing. And the only affordable housing that's going to happen is multiple units. So that's my observation. I felt a little bit better about this project when I did see that the single family houses nearby actually are owned by the family and they're going to be demolished to make room for this. And we don't have a site plan for it right now. So I just wanted to throw it out there as an observation, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. I saw Commissioner Hudak next and then Vice Mayor. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Commissioner Hudak?
And maybe I saw it wrong, but I thought there was already a single family home on this property. Is that not correct? So you're going to demolish a single family home in order to put up these 4 units, these townhouses. Is that correct?
You need to come to the microphone so those online can hear.
Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
And why are we demolishing it looked like a brand new single family home as well.
Yes, we actually have our client here who's the property owner of that house. Essentially, obviously, to make space for the 8 townhouse units there.
Okay, so the property owner has a single family home there now. And as opposed to selling the single family home, he wants to demolish it in order to put up the townhomes on this side and on the other side. So he owns both sides of the street?
No.
Okay.
No, sorry, no.
Okay. So again, he's going to demolish his single family home in order to put up these townhomes. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hudak. Vice Mayor Preston?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a little bit different take. Number one, we can see the shortfall, whether it's in Deerfield Beach, whether it's in Broward County, Pompano, of putting people in affordable housing. And I think ideally, a single family resident is what we all would desire, but that's been kind of taken away a long time ago. And this is what is happening now, is that you have to put up structures where you can accommodate, multiple families. I think that my take is it would be a welcome addition. It's compatible with what's already there. And so I think that we need to be forward thinkers, because the fact of the matter is that, this is about putting people in homes, putting them, providing a living structure. And like I say, ideally, a single family home, if everything in Deerfield was single family, absolutely. But that's not what's happening right now. You have townhomes all over the place, and in District 2. Okay, it's been approved. You right down there, as the former commissioner said, on 10th Street, and at the end of that and MLK, there are townhomes. And when people buy property and abide by what the city is asking of them, I don't really think, I think we need to think it out and not provide obstacles for them. So I'm going to support this. I'm going to support this because I think it's the right thing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There was a light, but it went out. Mr. City Attorney, I understand you wanted to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify a couple points that were stated on the record. So the property is currently zoned RS7. RS7 allows for single family, but it does not allow for multifamily. So they would need to rezone in order to enable multifamily. So it's not necessarily just a density issue. They couldn't build townhomes units in RS7. So I just wanted to point that out. The second thing I want to point out is this would permit a maximum of 8 townhome units. I think it was stated before it was 4. So I want to make that clear. And the third thing is this is first reading of this ordinance. So we do need to set a public hearing for second reading when the plat will also be considered. So just wanted to point that out. There's going to be another hearing, another meeting at the next meeting if you all move this forward tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soroka. Commissioner Shinesky?
I think we should take what the neighborhood is saying very seriously. I'm from South Brooklyn, and we've had a lot of single-family houses that have been there for generations. And when there were variances, when other type of cookie cutter houses were put there and stacked, it really destroyed the character and the charm of a lot of my neighborhoods that I grew up in. So that's something to really, really consider. In terms of the parking, coming from South Brooklyn, because of this, there've been many times where literally you cannot find a parking space at all. And I know myself, when I started driving, I would go around and around to look for a parking space. So I think this is something we really should listen to the neighbors in District 2. If they have reservations, I think we should listen. We could look for alternatives. Maybe you could put more single-family houses in this plot of land. It could be a compromise. But again, I really don't want to destroy the character of a neighborhood, because these houses have been there for a long time, generations, and just to put something different gets off kilter. I think we really need to examine it a little bit more further before we go ahead with this.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's no more lights, so I'll just jump in real quickly here. Everyone's comments are well taken, but the devil in the details comes at the site plan stage, in my opinion. And Commissioner Plout, you know, as I, having served on planning and zoning, there's a procedure to this. You do the rezoning and then you do the site plan. There's a process to it, and the devil in the details, which we don't have the details tonight, is at the site plan stage. So I would be in favor of moving this through the rezoning, and then we'll have the discussion when the site plan comes before us. But I don't see any reason to deny the rezoning tonight. So with that, Commission, looking for a motion on item number 8.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve item number 8, rezoning by Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinesky,
No.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
Item number 9 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, adopting an amendment to the city budget for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, approving supplemental appropriations and budget transfers to and within various city funds, and carry forward of prior fiscal year appropriations and budget reductions to various city funds as set forth in the attached Exhibit A, providing for conflict severability and an effective date. This is second reading.
Mr. City Manager, I know we had a presentation at the first meeting, so I'm going to ask my colleagues, does anyone need a refresher for second reading this evening?
No.
Not hearing anybody, then we'll go to public comment. Madam Clerk, does anyone sign up for item number 9 in advance? Anyone in the commission chamber would like to speak on item number 9 this evening? Mr. Freitag, come on down.
Good evening, Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street, Deerfield Beach, Florida. Unfortunately, I wasn't at the first reading and I don't see any slides or anything being shown up on the screen right now. I do have concerns about our budget, and I would hope that we could find other ways to try and save money so that we wouldn't have to take money from budgets that are already in place, especially if they affect children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freitag. Anyone else inside the commission chamber would like to speak on number 9 this evening? Seeing no one, is there anyone online, Madam Clerk? Okay, then we will close the public hearing on item number 9. No lights to discussion. Is there a motion by the commission?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve item number 9 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Plaut. Roll call, Madam Clerk, please.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinesky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Before we go into the public comment, I do want to recognize that State Representative Mitch Rosenwald has a representative here tonight. So thank you for being here and listening in. State Representative does a great job for us in Tallahassee. Please relate to him our appreciation for you being here and listening to our meeting. That doesn't happen very often, so thank you. Now, Madam Clerk, we'll go into the public comment. Did anyone sign up in advance?
Okay. We are now at the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. Persons addressing the commission shall state his or her name and address and may speak for 3 minutes. This is the time for public comment on items that are not on tonight's agenda. If you have public comment on an item that is on tonight's agenda, the time period for that public comment would be after I read the title and the record and the mayor opens the public comment for that item. As a reminder, no comment shall be made related to the personal life or personal qualities of any person, and no language which would offend persons of ordinary sensibility shall be permitted.
Okay, we're okay for now, but we're gonna give them just another minute. Okay, so I'm told by the clerk, we have quite a few people that signed up in advance tonight. If you could just announce the first 2 names. First name will be the first speaker. The next name will be on deck.
Marcus Lima and then Joseph Cummings.
Marcus Lima, are you here? Yes, sir. Come on down the podium, state your name and address in 3 minutes, please.
Hello, I'm Marcus Lima. And first, I want to thank Mayor Drosky and Commissioner Shinesky for inviting me to come here. We were at South Florida Bible College for an event, and they invited me. And I just want to take this opportunity to mention something. I represent Church International Peace, a nonprofit organization that works with teenagers and young adults here in the city of Deerfield Beach. And through faith, art, community care, we have developed a project that provides emotional support and a social support to the youth through music, painting, support with sports, Bible studies, worship, and compassionate outreach. Many of these students and young people have faced or are even overcoming anxiety, depression, isolation, and even some that already have suicidal thoughts. And with time and dedication and a lot of work, we have seen lives being restored and lives being changed through that. And currently we have around 120 and 130 people that come and visit our organization and our things. And unfortunately, lately we have lost our building that we had before due to financial support and things like that. Although right now we're a clubhouse, we usually gather at clubhouses and beaches, wherever we can go to bring the people together, bring the city together and see the process that has been going on to just seek for more change. And I just wanted to come up here and ask for the support of the commission in regards to helping us find a place that we can gather and continue helping this change spread out even more to Broward County. And any questions, happy to answer.
Doesn't quite work that way in this part of the meeting, but thank you for coming. It's public comment. I do remember speaking to you, not this past Sunday, but the Sunday before.
Sorry, yes.
Pleasure meeting you. I do have some thoughts based upon your some comments, not for now, but I mean, if you want to call me tomorrow or the next day after the meeting, be happy to go over what I'm thinking based upon your comments.
Perfect. Thank you.
But thank you for coming. Yes.
Thank you. Pleasure.
And who's Mr. Cummings was next and who's on deck?
Casey Palacios.
Palacios is on deck. Mr. Cummings?
Joe Cummings, 267 Oak Ridge P in Deerfield Beach. At a recent Century Village meeting, it was brought up by several residents and they voiced their frustrations over not being able to exit Century Village onto Military Trail. The signalization of the signalized intersection of Southeast 10th and Military backs up and totally the traffic, when they're stopped at the traffic light, backs up and it's blocking the exit. So I know that this problem is exacerbated by the fact that the main gate is under construction. But through the years, we've heard excuses why we can't have that signal, that intersection signalized, especially when the residents are willing to pay for the signalization of that intersection. And some of the remarks I've heard was that it was too close to the intersection of Southeast 10th. But when you look at nearby intersection of Hillsborough and Military, there's another signal that is put on Military that is about 200 feet away from Hillsborough. So to use that as an excuse, I think that doesn't go well. But we need to take a look at the possibility of signalization of that intersection. In a recent meeting we had with FDOT and the flyovers for the Sawgrass extension, it was brought to our attention that these flyovers, because of the limited access nature of this particular highway, is not going to be serviced by our own fire departments. Engine 66 will not be able to take access to those flyovers. The first due piece of fire apparatus will be coming from Coconut Creek at I think it's 7th and Johnson. So that's a long way to come when you have a tanker truck that is placarded as 1203 goes on fire right next to a community with elderly residents in a flyover. And the fact that there's no hydrants in that area, the apparatus coming from Coconut Creek is basically the only thing they have is the 600 gallons in their booster tank. So when you have an engine that can pump 1,500 gallons per minute, you got about 33 seconds of water to suppress fire right next to an elderly retirement community. So I think these are things that we should take a look at and address them. The very last project in that development is going to be the connection of westbound Sawgrass onto the Florida Turnpike. So,
thank you, Mr. Cummings.
Gotcha.
Mr. Palacios was next, and who's on deck?
Paulo Figuizito.
Paulo's on deck. Mr. Palacios, you're up.
Yes.
Name and address for the record, please.
Casey Palacios.
No.
2200 Southwest 10th Street. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and everyone, the commissioners. Thank you guys for having me today, this evening. Thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Casey Palacios. I'm here representing South Florida Bible College and Theological Seminary. We have had the privilege of serving Deerfield Beach in South Florida for over 40 years now. Founded in 1985, here in Deerfield Beach, our college began with a handful of students. And today we serve over 43 different nations with students who chose South Florida Bible College to call home, equipping them academically, spiritually, professionally, and many of our alumni are now pastors, teachers, counselors, business leaders, making a difference right here in Broward County. Over the years, our students and faculty have invested thousands of volunteer hours into our city in tutoring, mentoring, serving local nonprofits, and supporting Deerfield Beach families. We are not just a college in the city, we are a college of the city. We are Deerfield Beach's college, South Florida Bible College. In September of this year, we'll be celebrating 40 years of service. And these days, it will culminate in a gala on Friday evening, September 26th. And we're inviting all of you to join us in those celebrations. It will be a time to honor our history, celebrate our present, and cast vision for our future. We will deeply be honored for our city, Deerfield Beach, in which we call home, to join us in this milestone. We have a special chapel service to honor our civic leaders on September 15th at 10:30 a.m. We would love for you guys to be there. And on behalf of South Florida Bible College, I extend an open invitation to each and every one of you, to our city here in Deerfield Beach and our community, to join us to celebrate 40 years of education, serving, and faith in action. Together, we can continue to make Deerfield Beach a place where students, families, and future leaders thrive. I want to thank you guys for this time today. And I want you guys to know we also have sports coming to Deerfield Beach right here at South Florida Bible College. So thank you guys for this opportunity, and God bless you. All right.
Oh, perfect timing. Thank you, Casey. Hard to believe 1985 was 40 years ago. Those were my teenage years.
I got married.
Madam Clerk, who is next? And who's on deck?
Former Commissioner Gloria Battle.
Go ahead, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
I'm Paulo Figueiredo, live 4394 Fox Ridge Drive. I'm in Weston. Spent a lot of time here in Deerfield. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, distinguished commissioners, thank you for having me here. I'm a Brazilian journalist. I've been living in South Florida for over 10 years now. I also represent PAC and a super PAC for the Brazilian community. And the city of Deerfield Beach has a very big Brazilian community. And although we have this huge community that some poll shows that we comprise something around 25% of the residents of Deerfield Beach. We don't have exact estimates, but the participation of the Brazilian community in the politics of Deerfield and the involvement in the city issues is still very low. If you see here, I don't think we have any Brazilian members do we? Are you Brazilian? You have a Brazilian last name, right? Lima, that's Brazilian. So we're starting to participate more and more, but I wanted to introduce myself and also say that we are going to try to increase the participation of the Brazilians in the town meetings and in other forms of politics. We love the work that you guys have been doing. Most of us feel very safe and feel home here in Deerfield Beach. So just wanted to introduce myself and thank you for the opportunity of being here.
Thank you very much, Figueiredo. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here.
Of course.
Former Commissioner Battle, you're up, and on deck, Madam Clerk, will be
Jonathan Oyejen.
on deck.
Gloria Battle, 1240 Southwest 6th Way. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Warner, where is he? I want to thank you.
Rules, you have to face us,
Yes,
Commissioner.
but I just want to make sure Mr. Warner was here. I want to thank you all for the adult swing at Mayo Howard Park. And it's big enough if you want to swing with your boo. It's big enough that both of you can get on that swing at the same time. I've been talking about it, and you may get more requests because the older people that I've talked to said, hey, that should be at every park. Thank you so much for the adult swing. I do have pictures because I've been on it, and I go there in the morning for my morning swing. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. Who is next, Madam Clerk? Oh, Mr. Ungin was next, and then who's on deck, Madam Clerk? Okay, so we'll just go with who's here, and then, go ahead, Mr. Ungin, you're up.
Right.
Name and
Jonathan,
address again, please.
Jonathan Ungian, 1938 Northeast Sixth Street. First off, this is my third council meeting here, commission meeting. I go to a lot of Boca meetings, as you may have heard a few times me say this tonight. I've never heard the expenditures for campaign contributions. So that was a first for me that kind of put you in the crosshairs that I've never seen previously. And I'm not sure why you do it. And obviously everything's public, that they can look at that community, but I don't know. I would love to know why that is needed, first off. But the main reason why I was here tonight actually was regarding the speed school zone speed cameras. I think it's very concerning. First off, obviously we see the police here who I've had a tough week with them, but I fully support the police. You can take a lot of police off the road and get rid of their jobs if you want to put cameras in the sky and issue citations throughout a day. The reality is there's no due process in these speed cameras. First off, let me preface this. I am all for school speed zone safety. I think 10 miles an hour over on a 15-mile-an-hour light flashing is way too much. You've got the warning and the notice. I think the state statute is allowing way too much leeway. But 35 miles an hour on Hillsborough Road, when those lights are not flashing, and to have this activated, if I chose to live in communist China and live in an eye in the sky, I don't think that's the purpose of this statute. When the lights are flashing, like I said, all for it. If it wants, I don't know how the revenue distribution was done, but if it part of the ticket, what I don't think goes to the police, maybe you can fund the police more. Like I said, it's very concerning to see as much money that's going to some company on the other side of the state. It's very disheartening to get, I got a warning that I got 3 weeks after the fact. I had said to you privately on a conversation, can you remember what you did driving to work this morning? It's very concerning that then you have to defend yourself on something that you don't know. You take the human element out of it. Let's just say I'm rushing my 9-month-old, God forbid, to the hospital. No police would probably issue a citation, would say, get your child safely to that hospital or to whatever it may be. So like I said, I think that the purpose of it is great. I think the application of it, our neighbor, by the way, who loves money, is not doing it. Boca is not doing it outside of school hours flashing. Thank you.
Mr. Ungin. The next in person, Madam Clerk? Nobody else? Okay, so we'll go on. Anyone else in the commission chamber? Mr. Adams?
Yes. Good evening.
Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Wayne Adams, 1431 Southwest 5 Terrace. I just come here tonight. I had just been hearing some things about, I know growing up here in Deerfield, been here all my life, to the newly Johnny Tigner Center, before it was the rec. And growing up, we used to go out there and we had pool tables, we had ping pong tables, we had all that. Now, I've been out there, I didn't see any of that. I heard there was talk of, they wanted to put like an arcade out there, but I also heard that the kids are not really using the place like it should be. But I think if you get those amenities there, as far as like I say, pool tables, ping pong tables. That's what we did when we were growing up. And I mean, it kept us busy. We didn't have none of the things that they have now today. But I also had heard one other concern was that a lot of the space that was supposed to be for that has been taken up by administration. Now, on our podcast, I remember we had Commissioner Preston, Vice Mayor Preston, and I remember we had former Mayor Bill Gans, and I believe we had Mr. Warner. I believe Mr. Warner's back there. And I believe everyone told us that, because I had been hearing about administration filling up the place over there. And that's what, just yesterday, I mean, just got calls yesterday just saying that administration is filling up the place. So the space that was supposed to be allocated for the kids is not there. So that's just one of my concerns. I mean, I just like to I would hope that the kids and everyone else, the space for the adults and everything that was actually for that center is actually used, and administration is not taking over the place out there. That's all I have to say. Thank you. God bless y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. City Manager, is that something that Mr. Warner can address if he's in the back? Is Mr. Warner here?
He can, and there is.
Yeah, yes,
yeah.
okay.
There is office space that's being used there. The vast majority, I don't know the percentage. You could probably comment on it if you wanted to, with regard to what percentage of that space is actually used by the administrative area as opposed to programming. But there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 small offices upstairs that I know of. There's one office that I think you pack 4 or 5 people in one office that is for special events. But then on that same floor, you have the dance studio, you have the massive 3 different ballroom type areas, and then you've got programmatic rooms up there. So I think there is some administrative component. There was planned in the original administrative component. I think some of that changed where they put meeting space downstairs and moved administration upstairs as opposed to keeping them downstairs, just because that opens it up for more access on the downstairs side. But to Mr. Adams' point, having some of these other, I mean, I saw some foosball and some other things like that they have, but I think we could certainly do a better job of trying to get some of the messaging out that there are these other activities that are available as well. Because I don't know if you want to comment further on it, Greg, you're more than welcome to.
No, he's right there with Mr. Adams. So Mr. Warner, if you get with Mr. Adams, I'd appreciate it. He's right there. Next for in person in the commission chamber, Mr. Freitag.
You keep saying my name. Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast
Who you
2nd
are, right?
Street, Deerfield Beach, Florida. Here are 3 questions I have for our commissioners, our city manager. At a District 1 town hall meeting, there are some commissioners who don't mind our budgets going up for police and for fire up to 65%. I really struggle with that, especially because I have the following questions. Do taxpayers make contributions to pensions for BSO and fire? And if there are payments being made to those pensions, is it because that they're being poorly handled and they're poor performing, so therefore the residents are subsidizing them? So that's the first question. The second one is why can't we negotiate better utilization of BSO and fire department? I've been up before in front of you, a simple call for 2 12-year-old kids wrestling and 6 squad cars show up. Or a private family function in a cul-de-sac during COVID, 11 squad cars show up. That's overutilization. 1 police officer would have been enough. Lastly, how can we afford to pay a chief, a supervisor, and 2 police officers $11,500 for a 4-hour shift? These aren't my numbers. These came from the budget meeting that I went to at the Technology Center. And I would hope that during the years going forward that we can somehow decrease our budgets for these departments. They are civil servants. What happened to serve and protect? How about taking care of the community in that fashion instead of wasting all this money on cars that sit right next door here that never get driven and sending way too many police officers to 1 call? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, are you stretching or are you coming to speak? Name and address for the record, please.
Terry Scott, 180 Southwest Third Avenue. When it come down to Johnny L. Tigna, we once again was shy out of the deal. We met on many occasions about that recreation building. I think Wayne Adams, Darrell Adams, and myself were one of the biggest voices about that recreation center. To make sure, Mr. City Manager, I thank you for your comments and for your due diligence in trying to make things right. But at the time that all that was going on, you wasn't here, so can't really put the blame. But, and to Greg Warner, was not here either, so can't put the blame there either. But to those that was here, we was told a lot of things was going to happen with that recreation building. That did not happen. The ballroom was not supposed to be on the ground floor. It was supposed to be on the second floor. That's where the ballroom was. It was supposed to accommodate on a round table seating of 325 individuals. I remember when this commission, not to some, but to others, voted or went back and forth with us about not having it to seat those many. I remember getting up talking about a vision to the city manager and saying we ought to be looking at the DoubleTree Hotel and being in competition with them. I remember when the former mayor, Bill Gantz, said he didn't want 3 or 4 individuals speaking on behalf of an entire district. I remember us 3 getting up saying, when we talked for many, because at the time wasn't too many coming to the meetings that we was having. And I remember us going back and forth, and even to the other day, the former mayor coming to me saying, thank you all for fighting for such building to add more to it. But when you really look at it, we really didn't get what we were supposed to get out of that building. No. The banquet room, the ballroom was not supposed to be on the first floor. It was supposed to be on the second floor. Well, we got a ballroom on the first floor, and they gave us a little area out the door, and I can't even tell you what that's for. Okay, it's just there, taking up space, when it should have been to make more room. Okay, but that didn't happen. All I say, get this right for us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else inside the commission chamber for public comment? If not, we're going to move online. Mr. Hurst signed up, so I'm going to give him the first opportunity online. Is he online, Madam Clerk? Is that the 137? Okay. Mr. Hurst, if you could please unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I really wish the citizens could give out proclamations like the city does, because if we could, I would make August 5th, 2005, Patricia Saunders Day in Deerfield Beach. If Patricia was physically here, I would have her stand up. But on second thought, that didn't work out too well for her the last time she stood up on January 9th, 2024. Right, Mr. Mayor and Chief Hoffstein? Patricia is extremely courageous. After being elected on March 10th as treasurer of the Deerfield Beach Democratic Club, she rightfully asked the president of the club, Bernie Parnas, onto the club's bank account as an authorized signer on the account. Bernie Parnas met Patricia 4 different times at the Wells Fargo branch close to Century Village. On all 4 occasions, Bernie Parnas found excuse after excuse to not sign the appropriate bank form to add Patricia to the account. At this point, Bernie Parnas' refusal to sign was escalated all the way up to the head of the Broward County Democratic Party, Rick Hoy. Hoy demanded Bernie Parnas sign the bank document, and in June, Bernie Parnas, on the 5th trip to the bank, signed the document adding Patricia onto the bank account. With the proper signatures now in place, Patricia was able to request what Bernie Parnas most feared, copies of all previous bank statements that Bernie Parnas did not want anyone to see. What was Bernie Parnas trying to hide? Thousands of dollars of alleged unauthorized spending by Bernie Parnas on personal items and restaurants with proceeds from the Deerfield Beach Democratic Club's bank account. If not for the tenacity of Patricia Saunders, whose only motive was to fulfill her new responsibilities as treasurer of the Deerfield Beach Democratic Club, none of Bernie Parnas's questionable actions would have ever come to light, including his racially insensitive email that led to Bernie Parnas's removal from the Deerfield Beach Charter Review Board. The citizens thank you, Patricia Saunders. Quickly, I heard the city manager's presentation and it made me remember that ever since he became head of the public safety department, he's been more concerned with protecting the badge than protecting the taxpayer. How many cost savings ideas did he bring to the attention of the city during his almost 3 years in the director of public safety's position? Finally, why isn't the city manager having discussions with Pompano Beach, who is in the same boat as Deerfield and only extended their contract for just 1 year? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hers. I see Carrie's hand next. Carrie, if you would unmute, please. Name and
Yes,
address for the record, please.
Yes, Carrie Helmbrecht, 884 Northwest 47th Street. I'd like to, I have two suggestions or questions regarding BSO. If you follow me at all online, you know I'm a big proponent of going back to having our own police department. So when I saw the presentation earlier tonight, I saw where it said that BSO agreed to freeze 8 vacant positions. From what I understand from deputies that work in the city, they're already short-staffed on the road. And with minimum staffing, which requires a certain specific number of deputies to be on duty, with these open positions being closed, would the positions for the minimum staffing now be forced to pay overtime to the deputies that are mandated in, which defeats the purpose? You'd be paying time and a half to a deputy to cover a position that would normally be for straight time. So I would think it would be more costly to the city. The second thing that regarding also BSO is better utilization of the deputies is years ago, we had alarm permits here in the city. And if your home alarm or business alarm went off several times, false alarms, you would be fined for that. And this is no longer in effect. False alarms and actual alarms in progress require a 2-man response from BSO. So you're tying up 2 deputies and most of the time it's a false alarm. So I'm asking that after a certain amount of time, fines be issued for these false alarms. And secondly, some surrounding jurisdictions, their police departments, after a certain number of false alarms, no longer even respond to alarms. So that would leave 2 deputies free from somebody who every Sunday morning sets off their alarm when they're opening their church or whatever business may be. So those are 2 things I would like to be considered, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I see Katie Freitag.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. I was in the same meeting with Mr. Scott when they were talking about putting the ballroom upstairs at Tigner and how we had requested to spend extra city funds to go have the ballroom expanded to go all the way up to 325, even 400 people to come to compete with DoubleTree, which is the largest one in the area. But just so Mr. Scott knows, I was at that meeting. I have a request to receive the budget information as early as possible, knowing that everybody will want time to review it before it has to be voted on. I have an interesting comment about when the city is considering rezoning on any project similar to the one on Federal, where we were threatened with the Live Local Prospect. We have to remember that when we do change zoning to R10, there's nothing that says that they can't come back and say, okay, we've decided we're going live local now, and we're going to make that 5-story complex or whatever. They can do anything like that. As long as we keep changing the zoning, they can keep changing their minds as well. And we do not want to get screwed by developers as many times as we already have. I think we should at least learn some type of a lesson at this point. Next, I was surprised, being the president of a local civic organization, I received a letter from a city committee member requesting funds to supplement the public schools. I noticed that it wasn't on, as he stated, he's a member of the city committee. He didn't put, it wasn't on city letterhead. I was very surprised that a local resident is asking for funds from civic organizations, and it's not on any city letterhead, but he is promoting the fact that he is a member of the civic committee, or that he's a member of the city committee when he's requesting these funds. I think that needs to be looked into, and something, if we're going to receive a letter from the city, from a city committee, we should have this, it should be on city letterhead. And lastly, the Women's Club of Deerfield Beach is hosting a Bunko brunch at Patrizia's on August 23rd. All of the funds that we receive that day will be going back into the community and various projects. So if anybody wants to come and get out, beat the heat, and come and have some fun at Bunko, we would love to see you there at Patrizia's on August 23rd at 11:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Freitag. Everyone's doing really well, sticking to the three minutes tonight. Next is former state representative Gwen Clark Reed. Before you start, State Representative, I have not seen or am aware of this letter. So Ms. Freitag, if you could either email it or drop off a hard copy to me, I'd love to get to the bottom of that. Thank you, former state representative.
Thank you, Mayor. Gwen Clark Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield. Mayor, I was just wondering if you got a chance to see the summer camp yearbook that I spoke to you about in reference to having that available to the public free of charge, so that they understand what is going on with the summer programs that we have in the city of Deerfield Beach. Also, I did not hear the city manager speak about the salary for this new person that he wants to bring in. I didn't hear enough information about this person and what that person would be doing. And I hope we get that information if that's where the city is headed in hiring another person, because I don't know why the public safety director can't handle some of these issues that we are asking about. They're under public safety, and surely he or she should be involved. I would like to say that as far as the Tigner Center is concerned, yes, we were told certain things about happening at that center, and they are not there. The address for the Parks and Rec is still the 4th Avenue complex, the Bernard Adams complex. So I don't know why they moved in the first place. We never heard why they moved out of that complex and moved over to the Tigner Center, and who made those decisions. So there's the space that's there should be used for what Wayne Adams said, should be used for those activities that were there and are not there anymore. And no, that center is not being utilized properly. I can tell you that I do not see activities going on that were there previously that drew the young people into West Side Park, into Ovita McKeithen Center. So yes, something needs to be looked at and needs to be going over as to why did administration feel that they could come in and more or less take over the space in the building. Thank you.
Thank you, former state representative. A lot of great comments tonight. I want to thank everybody for those, Mr. City Manager, and I saw you taking notes, so you have your homework ahead of you. Mr. City Attorney, before we go to the second half of the meeting, I'd like to take just a 3-minute restroom stretch break for everybody. And then we'll come back for the second half of the meeting, please. So we will, it is 9:39, and we'll come back at 9:43.
Look, man.
Yes. Hey, Anthony.
Good idea.
No one gets
Yes, sir. Good. How you doing? Yes, sir. I'm gonna try. No.
What's happening?
It was slower than last year. Slower than last year. So much is already there. It's impressive. Kind of like here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like a fire hose.
Anything at all. It's a nice, all this 501, what you're gonna do is slowly put the ballot to the end of the day, November of 2026. Customer. That's been long. You're gonna get rid of this 501.
How many items we got left? All right. It's time we done with 15 minutes.
Mr. Cummings, my friend. I thought that was a pretty bright handkerchief you had in your pocket. I was thinking, is that a phone or is that a fluorescent pocket handkerchief? What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's back to
Oh, yeah, they're gonna doge him, yeah. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Hi. How are you? Nice. Actually, it's not as comfortable as the one in my office.
A little bit. Imagine what that would have been like before that happened.
It's got the food and you've seen this before.
I've seen it, yeah.
I don't have to show you
I've
pictures.
seen the other leg.
Okay.
What color is the cat? It's purple, right?
It was purple last I saw, but apparently he's getting changed kind of.
Yeah, they adjusted, yeah. That's what happened. When I broke my leg. I broke my leg in soccer. I had a hip cast. And the most painful part of that whole thing was when I broke my foot. But it got to my knee had atrophied. That pain was the worst ever. So they actually had to do 3 casts because they couldn't bend my knee to the level that they needed to. 6 weeks. Yeah, I broke both my, I broke both my knees. Yeah, yeah. I was 12.
I was gonna say, that's something we have in common.
Yeah. They were like, you're not gonna walk right.
It's like just shy of.
Right in the middle school years. Yeah, it's already fun and awkward. Like that. But then I have probably still big enough ball.
I know. One minute warning. No, 1 minute warning. Thank you for coming. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start now. Commissioner Shinetsky? Mr. City Attorney, before we start, it's come to my attention that somebody submitted a form to speak, and it was for an item that wasn't open to the public, but it did ask for public comment, and so that should have been heard during the public comment portion instead, and so it inadvertently was missed. So I'd like to reopen the public comment, and Madam Clerk, if you could please call on that individual who is here, yes, to please come to the podium. And do you have any other ones? Just the one?
Dan Rakowski.
And any other forms, Madam Clerk? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, Mr. Rakowski.
No problem at all. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and Madam Clerk. My name is Dan Rakowski of 5397 Orange Drive, Davie, Florida. I'm the president of IUPA Local 6020, the union that represents the 1,500 deputies and sergeants within the Broward Sheriff's Office Department of Law Enforcement. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to see three of our longtime friends along with two new friends on this commission. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you all for your commitment to the much needed raises for the men and women and their families who work tirelessly at great personal risk to make Deerfield Beach the amazing and safe city that it is. Those deputies and sergeants protect residents, guests, and businesses 24/7, and their success is directly tied to this city's health, wealth, and prosperity. Knowing the great wisdom on this dais, I'm confident that the city and BSO will be able to overcome any sticking points you may have encountered in the contract process. The men and women who I represent are looking forward to continuing our long and successful collaboration with the people of Deerfield, and the increase in the contract amount will make a huge difference in retaining and attracting the talent that is the lifeblood of this public safety partnership. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Rakowski. And again, my apologies for not calling you earlier, but thank you for sticking around. Appreciate that. Mr. City Attorney, if we could just break the consent up into, we'll just do number 10 and then the rest after that, please.
Sure. Item number 10 is a resolution of the City Commission, of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, appointing Angela Falzone as an alternate member to the Planning and Zoning Board and providing for an effective date.
Okay, item number 10, I don't see any lights. Is there anyone inside the commission chamber that would like to speak on item number 10, opening up the public hearing? Seeing nobody, we'll move to online. I do not see any hands. Madam Clerk, if I miss somebody, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to close the public hearing. Commission, is there a motion on item number 10?
Motion to approve?
Second. Motion to approve item number 10 by Commissioner Shinetsky, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Let the record show unanimous consent. Mr. City Attorney?
Items 11 through 13 are currently on consent.
Items 11 through 13, 11, 12, and 13. Commissioners, are there any pulls for items 11, 12, or 13? Seeing no lights, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on items 11, 12, or 13 that's in the commission chamber tonight? 11, 12, or 13? Is there anybody online that would like to speak on items 11, 12, or 13? Seeing nobody in the commission chamber or online, we'll close the public hearing. And commission, we can approve all three with one vote. Is there a motion, please?
Motion to approve items 11, 12, and 13.
Motion to approve items 11, 12, and 13 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Could you call the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut, Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. We're up to item number 14.
Item number 14 is an ordinance of the city of Deerfield Beach, Florida, authorizing the issuance of debt obligations of the city in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $5,750,000 to provide funds to pay the cost of purchasing certain equipment, including without limitation reimbursement to the city for previously purchased equipment to the extent permissible under the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended, providing that such obligations shall be secured by and payable from monies deposited in the debt service fund established for the obligations derived from the city's covenant to budget and appropriate non-ad valorem revenues as shall be set forth or provided for in a supplemental resolution to be adopted by the city commission prior to the issuance of the obligations. Providing that subject to the limitations herein, the terms of such obligations shall be established and provided for, and the obligation shall be sold as provided in the supplemental resolution, authorizing the taking of other actions related to the obligations, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. It looks like we have a presentation from Mr. Cole. I would just ask if Mr. Cole and or the city clerk could make the presentation on the screen a little larger. It's hard to see. I know the commissioners, we have our hard copy up here, but if it could be enlarged for the public, please. There you go. Much better. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Cole.
Okay. Good evening. Ted Cole with Davenport. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you all. What's on the screen is a slightly updated version of the discussion material compared to what was in your agenda packet. We did get updated interest rates from a few of the banks, which is the primary update that's in this version. So we'll be talking off of what's on the screen, and the clerk is running the slideshow. So we go to page 2, page numbers in the bottom right corner. And I had alluded to this when I had presented to you all back in early July. We prepared a request for proposal for a direct bank loan and send it out to a wide list of banks for financing for various equipment and vehicles. There's a detailed list on page 8 of this presentation of what is included in the financing in terms of vehicles and equipment that we can look at here in a moment. The banks were asked to submit proposals originally for a $5.5 million borrowing that was bumped up to $5.75 million as we were fine-tuning the list of projects. If this loan does move forward and we close, it will largely be a reimbursement back to the city for monies that you've already expended for much of this equipment. This would be a debt that is known as, and you have this type of debt outstanding already, a special obligation, non-ad valorem note, covenant to budget and appropriate. So it would be subject to appropriation by the city commission. When we prepared the request for proposal, we did ask for both 4 and 5 year terms. We wanted to look at that option. Ultimately, we received proposals from 5 different lenders. They're listed there alphabetically. Many of them, you all will recognize those names. You have debt outstanding with some of them. They are all active participants in lending to local governments, and they're sort of known quantities in that regard. We have detail of all of their proposals in the appendix of this presentation. If you go to the next slide, The original proposals were received on June 24th. That's what's listed up there in the top header. And what we've listed across from left to right, the bank name, the 5-year term, the interest rate, all of these are going to be tax exempt interest rates because of local government public use for the underlying projects. Anything in red was what we call an indicative rate, meaning it was submitted as part of their proposal, but it was only good for a limited period of time. In other words, it had to be locked within a day or so in order for that rate to stick or to be effective. So what you're going to see here in a moment is as this process unfolded, we went back to the two with the stars by their name, TD Equipment and Webster Bank, to refresh their rates ahead of tonight's meeting. They were the two that were most competitive in the original submission, whether you're looking at the 4-year option or the 5-year option. And so TD and Webster are the two banks that we're really going to focus on. TD's original proposal there, those rates are in red because they had to be locked in within 24 hours. We obviously weren't in a position to do that in June. We are in a position to do that this evening, and I'm going to share with you those updated rates. I do want to note with TD, you'll notice that for both the 4 and 5-year options, they provided an option A and an option B. Option A for TD Bank allows for the prepayment of the loan if there's ever a need or desire to do that, but it comes at a penalty that would be the greater of what they call a yield maintenance payment, or 1%. And the yield maintenance payment, this is in layman's terms, essentially says you can prepay this loan, but at the time of the prepayment, we, the bank, are going to look at the then prevailing interest rates and determine if we can redeploy that money at a higher interest rate than your loan or a lower interest rate than your loan. And the bank reserves the right to charge you a yield maintenance payment to make them whole on the interest they would have earned on your loan had you not prepaid it. And that prepayment penalty will be the greater of the yield maintenance calculation, which they do, and they provide it to us. There's very little to no negotiation on the yield maintenance. We don't know what that would be because we don't know when or if you would ever prepay it. And if you did, we wouldn't know today what the interest rate environment would be at that time. So it's a little bit of an unknown. Whereas their option B also provides for prepayment, but it's strictly with a 1% penalty. The yield maintenance component in option B does not exist. It doesn't exist in option B. So it is from a prepayment perspective, what would the penalty be? Option B is a cleaner proposal because there isn't this unknown surrounding this yield maintenance concept. So again, 4 years or 5 years, and with TD, it's option A or option B. And what we're about to show you are rates from TD that if you decide to move forward this evening, we will be able to lock those in. Webster Bank was the other bank that was clearly competitive compared to the others. Their rates are not in red font because they're fixed. However, if we can go to the next slide, both TD and Webster did provide us with new rates yesterday and today for y'all's consideration. And what we're going to get to is a question for you. Are you ready to move forward with one of these banks, 4 years or 5 years? Which prepayment option do you want to move forward with? The rates that I'm showing you here on page 4 are all able to be locked in. We would need to lock them in tomorrow. So we would be looking for a motion from you all to direct staff and ourselves to move forward with, XYZ Bank at this rate, and we're going to get there in a moment. And if you do give us that direction, we'll be able to lock that in. And at that point, we will be able to work exclusively with that bank and their attorneys to draft the loan documents and come back to you all at your next meeting for the final approval. So when you look at TD Bank, their rates from their original submission to yesterday have come down, as have Webster Banks. They have come down. TD still has a more attractive rate, generally speaking, when you look at the 4 or 5 year option. Within TD, again, we got to figure out, do we like option A or B? For Webster Bank, it's either 4 years or 5 years. Their prepayment language is there. For year 1, you can't prepay it. For the 5 year option, beginning in year 2, you can prepay it with a 2% penalty, year 3, a 1% penalty, no penalty after year 3. And the prepayment on either of these loans would probably be one of two situations. One where you have dollars and you want to get rid of a piece of debt because you have excess cash and you want to pay the debt off. Or, although these are shorter term rate loans, maybe there's an opportunity to refinance the loan in the future at a lower interest rate. That's tough to do on a short-term loan, but you never know. For both of these banks, we would need to accept their proposal tomorrow. And if we did that, they would be able to lock that rate. I was still talking off of, there we go. Thank you. If we did lock that rate tomorrow, we would be able to get the working group organized to be able to draft those documents, as I said, be in a position to have your final approval at your next meeting and close by the end of August. With TD Bank, if we do lock their rate, a couple of things that you should be aware of there on line 3. We cannot change the amount by more than 5%, and we've got to close by the deadline. And I don't think either of those are particularly difficult. I think we're pretty settled on the $5.75 million. And there's no reason why, if you all decide to move forward this evening, that we shouldn't be able to close by the end of August. And that's the case for both of them. Neither of them have additional bank fees on line 4. Both of them will use outside counsel to represent them in the drafting of the documents. They'll interface with your attorneys. TD will cover the cost of their attorney. Webster will pass along the cost for their attorney at $5,000. Both of them are subject to final credit approval and documentation, but no expectation that either of them would have any issue closing the loan. They've done a very thorough review of the city, and this is really a formality at this point. And line 7, again, this is a covenant to budget and appropriate bond, and that TD and Webster both cited a covenant that you're already abiding by within that type of debt, that the revenues that are available to be pledged to these bonds cannot fall below 1.5 times coverage of what we call max annual debt service. That is a covenant that's already in place with other CB&A bonds you have outstanding. So it's not new. It's standard in that type of debt. So there's nothing particularly unique there on line 7 for either bank. TD also, you'll notice there, will require that you maintain a rating of at least a Baa3 BBB. You're rated well above that level right now. That would be a significant reduction in the city's bond rating to get to that level. So we don't believe for a 4 or 5 year loan that that's really anything to be concerned about. And you also have that covenant on other bonds already outstanding. So if you move forward with TD Bank, you would not be taking on any new covenants or terms and conditions that you haven't already agreed to. Okay. And please ask me along the way if you have questions. Let's go to the next slide. in talking with staff, we focused on the 5-year option. It matches the useful life of the assets that you're purchasing. It does provide a little lower annual payment than the 4-year option. And so what we've modeled here in column A and B is the TD Bank 5-year option, option B. That's the one without that yield maintenance. We don't believe that there's a particular reason to expose yourself to that yield maintenance calculation because you really don't control it. You don't know when and if it would ever be applicable. And it's a fairly nominal cost to go to option B for TD Bank at a 3.50% rate, Webster Bank at a 3.65% rate. Again, we're looking at $5.75 million. We would cover any issuance costs out of the loan, so there wouldn't be an out-of-pocket payment by the city. Down there on lines 12 through 15, you can see we're assuming a closing in late August. First principal and interest would be due in March of 26, final payment March of 2030. And you can see the fiscal year debt service for each, about $1,254,000 per year for TD, $1,258,000 per year for Webster. Total payback, principal plus interest, is on line 23. So the TD option B is about a $23,000 savings over the life of the loan compared to Webster. And it's about an extra $100,000 in total compared to the 4-year term for TD. So going from 4 years to 5 years, obviously we're extending the loan by 1 year. We're bringing our annual payment down, but we're also incurring about an extra $100,000 of interest because of that extra year. But again, in speaking with staff, we felt like the 5-year option was the appropriate option. Let me stop there and see if there's any questions on this page. It's an important page talking about the two proposals that we have really focused in on here, given our conversations with staff.
I
Any questions?
see a light from Commissioner Plow.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that presentation. I think the audience doesn't have the benefit of the new rates. I just wanted to make sure I was looking at the right page for the TD Bank 5-year option B. We're looking at 3.5%.
Correct.
And for the Webster 5-year, 3.65% on their
Correct.
fixed rate. Okay. So,
and both of those are lower than their original submissions back in June. I think that's a function of the market anticipating perhaps a move lower in interest rates in the coming months from the Fed, to be determined, obviously, but an expectation that maybe shorter term rates might be coming down. I think that's why primarily we saw these rates come down when the banks resubmitted their rates yesterday and today compared to their original proposal.
okay. So for the audience, on the consideration of the TD 5-year loan option B, the originally quoted in July, 3.62. So we're down a little bit to 3.5. And the Webster was 3.76. So they're down to 3.65. So that's good news. We didn't have to wait for the feds to meet in September. So I guess maybe there's some consideration from them. Perhaps the fact that they're down to, maybe two options here. The only other comment I had to make was I was considering the 4-year initially because you save money the faster you pay a debt off, no matter what it is. And I saw the figures of what we would save. So it's a little bit less that we would save because the interest rate is down. It's like 100,000. I believe it was 114,000 before.
Right.
However, I was persuaded by your presentation and our department head Olaf's. Excuse me for using your first name. I like it. I mean, Oleg, excuse me, I have a friend named Olaf, so I messed it up. So, so my point is, it would be an additional about $70,000 more, in the payment. And, I don't see that we're going to prepay this loan off early. Okay, that's my point. I'm sorry, I'm throwing numbers around a little bit. But that's why I don't mind about the back out prepayment penalty is what I would call it, the 1%. So we're not gonna pay it off early, but I'm for the 5-year on that. Even though it costs a little more in the long run, it would crimp our budget already by next year, right?
Correct.
Those are basically my comments, as well as my question on the interest rate. Thank you.
Mr. Cole, you weren't finished with your presentation, correct?
No, I wanted to go to page 6 and wrap it up if that's appropriate.
Yeah, go ahead and finish, and then we'll do the commission comments. Thanks.
Thank you. So we are prepared to make a recommendation. What we put in our proposal, because we were waiting for these new rates, was having talked with staff and the bond attorneys, sort of collectively felt like TD and Webster of all of the banks were the right to focus on. The 5-year proposal, the 5-year term was the preferred term of the debt. And really what this is saying is between TD and Webster 5-year, that would be the recommendation. If you'd like a recommendation on the specific bank, our recommendation would be on the TD 5-year option B, which does give you the ability to prepay, but it does. And again, that may be unlikely. I agree, but you never know what the future might hold. And the option to prepay option B without that yield maintenance language, which is just a bit of an unknown as to whether that would ever be applicable. And if so, what would the cost be? Going TD from option A to option B is about a $7,000 incremental cost in total, not per year, in total. So we felt like going option B versus A was a very nominal cost, and it did eliminate that unknown associated with that yield maintenance language. So to the extent you're looking for that guidance or recommendation from us, that would be the recommendation. And the attorneys can correct me, but I think ultimately what we'll ask for, if you're ready to take action, is to give us that direction on what bank and what option to move forward with. I think that can be done by a motion. And if that were to happen, then we would contact the banks in the morning, lock that rate, and it would also authorize staff to sign the applicable term sheet.
Okay, we're not there yet. Appreciate the enthusiasm, but we have a couple more steps to go. Okay, anything else in the presentation, Mr. Cole?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, all right. Mr. City Manager, did you need this? I see the CFO in the front row. Was he here just in case we had questions?
Yes, sir. Just in case you have questions.
Okay. I don't see any lights, so let's go to the public comment before the rest of the commission conversations. So is there anyone that signed up on item number 14, Madam Clerk? Dan Hers, and I do see him online, 137. If you could please unmute him. Mr. Hers, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I am really amazed here. I would definitely consider giving Ted Cole from the Davidson Group a big raise because he was able to get a $5.75 million loan from a variety of banks offering to do this financing. And I guess my question for Mr. Cole is, were these banks aware that in our written city policy, we are only required to keep a 10% reserve requirement? I mean, we were just told by the city manager less than 4 weeks ago how reckless this was. So I commend you that you were able to get all these banks to quote with only a 10% reserve requirement. And I just want to make sure, since Mr. Cole last presented 4 weeks ago, does the city still have a Fitch AA plus rating, which I understand is only one rating from the highest? And do we have an S&P rating that is still AA and has not gone down in the last 4 weeks? So the other thing that I wanted to ask, and if you already covered this, I apologize, I got in halfway through. But what we're financing, there's a line item here called Fire Platform for $2 million. If you've already explained what that is, great. But if not, I don't think there's a single person other than somebody who works for the city who knows what a fire platform is and why it costs $2 million. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hers. So we'll just stick with online. Is there anyone else online? I thought I saw a hand, but maybe not. No, Madam Clerk, no? Okay, anyone inside the commission chamber would like to speak on item number 14? Nobody? Once, twice? Okay, closing the public meeting on item number 14. Commissioner Hudak?
Thank you. One quick question. If the banks feel that the Fed is going to be reducing the interest rates in September, why would we not wait 4 weeks to see if we can get a better interest rate? And I'll open that up to either Mr. Cole or our CFO.
I'm happy to start if you'd like. I think what I would say is I think the market, and that includes banks, that includes investors, individuals and institutional investors. I wouldn't say there's a complete unanimous expectation of lowering rates. I think there are those that believe that will happen and those that are certain, and some think it'll happen later. So there's not a complete consensus. The market does a very good job of anticipating or trying to anticipate the Fed moves. So I think that is why we've seen a reduction in rates over the last 3 or so weeks. So if the Fed were to move the rate lower in September, I don't believe you would immediately see a 25 basis point reduction in all rates. I think to a certain extent, maybe a large extent, the market is anticipating that move, which is why rates have come down. And it won't necessarily happen all at once on the Fed meeting day if they were to reduce rates. So I think you are getting the benefit of an expectation that there could be lower rates coming in the future. If you waited and kept checking rates, could you do better? Maybe. But rates could move the other way, right? The Fed isn't the only thing that drives interest rates. There could be an economic release on jobs or inflation or something else that could be contrary to lower rates, and the market could react to that and start to move rates higher. And that's kind of been a hallmark of the market we've been in, is not a lot of conviction to where rates are heading. And as a result, the market tends to trade off of the news of the day. Some news moves rates higher, some move it lower. So I believe you're getting the advantage here of a growing expectation of rates coming down. And by waiting, one, we would delay the financing because we need to pick our bank in order to draft the documents that the bank is going to sign off on. And if we don't pick the bank at this meeting, then we would end up picking the bank presumably at the next meeting, which would mean you probably wouldn't close until September. So end of September, hindsight's 2020. Should you have waited, that's when you'll know for certain. But I do think you're getting the advantage here of lower rates to a large extent because there is an expectation that the Fed will be lowering rates at some point by the end of calendar year 25.
Okay. And, well, that's why you get the big bucks. So what's your recommendation?
Well, no, Oleg Garahovsky, Chief Financial Officer. So I do support what Ted actually mentioned regarding interest rate. We already see a decline. Typically in the past, if you monitor this, the market does react based on the expectation what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks or next months or so. We could see it was a mortgage rate. So if you've been monitoring, mortgage rates did come down a little bit. So there is a reaction in the market. Ted is absolutely correct that anything can happen in the next 30 days. It could go up. We don't know that. So I think there is advantage to do this. As far as the interest rate is concerned, 3.5 is a good rate, in my opinion, as a chief financial officer here. I also would support I would recommend the 5 years repayment plan. And the reason for it, I would disagree with Ted on one thing. He mentioned that $285,000 lower debt cost if you do it over 5 years versus 4 years is a little impact. I think $285,000 of cash flow is a big impact for the city. So I would strongly recommend the 5 years because to me, that's gonna maintain us in a lower debt service cost. And that's what I believe we should do. And obviously in these situations, this type of financial mechanism or deals, the best rate is you go with the lowest interest rate. That's basically what it is. So that would be my recommendation as far as that concern.
Thank you. No more questions.
Any other questions? Otherwise, Oleg, let me ask you that. What is in conjunction with the city manager, what is the chance of prepaying this loan? It looks like years 1 and 2 would not be financially in the city's best interest to do that. But years 3, 4, and 5, it becomes more, there's more options to do so. It looks like if the prepayment penalty is factored in my evaluation, it looks like the Webster Bank loan becomes more attractive, but that's only if there's a prepayment in the consideration. So if you're telling me there's no consideration whatsoever for prepayment, we're going to stick to the amortization schedule. That's one thing. If you think there's an option for prepayment, I need to know that too, because to me, it makes a difference in the evaluation of which bank to go with.
The mayor, I would say that as your CFO, don't anticipate any prepayment. I would not recommend that. Even if we have that option, I would not recommend that. That's a cash flow going out there. We have a schedule plan for 5 years. We're going to stick to that. It's going to allow us to utilize the cash for other purposes for the city. We do have upcoming expenditures in the near future. So that's the goal. I don't anticipate any prepayment whatsoever.
Okay. So going just straight by numbers, no prepayment, the TD Bank 5-year option B.
That's correct, sir.
Is not by much, but it's a little bit more advantageous. Commissioner Plow?
Just a super basic observation that the TD Bank is a cheaper rate and you borrow money based on a rate. And people fight and die when they get a mortgage to get, 1/10 of a point off or something. In fact, when you get a mortgage, if the going rate was, let's say, 4%, somebody has the ability to buy that down. They can buy points down, right? They could make that 4% at 375, so you come up with a couple of $1,000s. So you're buying down the interest rate. If we're not going to prepay it, then none of the prepayment stuff even matters. Whatever the penalties are, it doesn't matter. What I'm focused on is 3.5% versus 3.65. So you're saving money in that respect. Payment's going to be less. Your overall note that you're paying, your par, your face amount that you're borrowing is going to be less money. And to me, that's the whole thing is if the interest rate is lower, if we're not going to prepay it. Okay. I don't mean to going around in a circle, but that's my main point. The other thing too is, we can't predict what's going on. And, I've been around the block a little bit. I've seen interest rates fall and mortgage rates still stay high. People sit there and complain about it, Car rate, I heard on the news the other day, a car rate's 9%. and the houses are at 6 or 7, but the federal lending rate is way below that. I don't have the figure out of my head right now. I'm not gonna look it up on my phone. But it takes time for that stuff to filter in. And if we're going through this whole process to get to this point, it must mean we need the money to pay off things that we've already bought. So, I would suggest doing this tonight. I wouldn't hesitate. We don't know if the rates are gonna go up and down. We could have another 9/11 tomorrow. It's a very volatile, I'm not calling for it, but it's a very volatile world. You could wake up and have something happen in the Middle East or something, and all of a sudden, people stop spending, money gets tight, maybe it goes up. But I feel like we got a little bit of a rate cut. We got 0.1% off of there. Or, if we did all this, then we should move forward on it because nobody can predict the future. Woulda, shoulda, coulda, all that stuff. Oh, the market's going to go down. Should have bought gold when it was 2,000. It's 3,000. You know, I mean, you can play that game all day long. But I think I have to agree with two experts that we have that's the option and that's a good rate. So I have to believe that.
And to your point, Commissioner, you're absolutely correct. The Federal Reserve is not the only defining instrument here. I mean, anything can happen. It will drive the interest up or it will drive the interest even further down. I just want to make one point, and it's listed in ordinance. The equipment that's been used for this financing has already been purchased, and it's budgeted in the current year in the capital plan. So the money coming into the city will be additional cash flow coming into the city for whatever other needs the city will have, as well as repaying, you know, that 5.75 loan. So, and it's essentially, that's exactly what this transaction is for, is to provide additional cash flow to the city.
Thank you.
Okay, no more lights. Commission, we need to make a decision.
I'll make a motion that we go forward with a 5-year loan from TD Bank in option 2.
I'll
Second.
second that.
Option B.
Option.
Yes, option B.
And if I may, Commissioner, would that motion include directing staff and bond counsel to negotiate a loan agreement with TD Bank
Yes, sir.
pursuant to option B for a 5-year term?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And the second?
Yes.
Okay, so excuse me, on item number 14, motion to approve TD Bank option B for 5 years. Motion by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
Okay, now you have the actual ordinance before you to move it forward on first reading so that the ordinance can be set for public hearing on second reading, where it's anticipated that you would also consider the loan agreement that you just authorized staff and bond counsel to negotiate. So we need to vote on the ordinance as well.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Likewise, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
We are now at comments by administration and legal. No comments from legal tonight. I believe the city manager has some comments.
I just wanted to make a comment where Chad Gressick, who is the Director for Sustainable Management, still here in the back. I just wanted to commend him. He has negotiated an interesting opportunity that we have with the International City County Managers Association and in conjunction with the Department of State, with the United States Department of State. And it is a program whereby we are going to be getting municipal leaders from around the world coming here to Deerfield. We have 2 coming in September. Is that the correct time frame? Yes. Coming in September to come and learn about municipal management, municipal governance, and they will be coming here. They're both highly educated, well-respected from their own countries. I think one is from Cambodia and one is from the Philippines or Thailand. And we will be mentoring them, essentially. So the city of Deerfield Beach will be mentoring some of these folks that are coming from around the world. And it's something that he worked on, he's been working on for several months. And I just wanted to point it out that the International City County Managers Association thinks the city of Deerfield Beach is worthy of providing that mentorship and that guidance and leadership and training to some of their candidates that have to apply. It's a very difficult process to be able to do that, to be able to get through the Department of State and through the ICMA to be able to come here to get that type of training and mentorship. So I wanted to commend him publicly on that. That's all.
We are now at comments by mayor and city commission.
We will start with District 1, Commissioner Hudak.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. August 11th is the first day of school. So, watch out, the children will be back. And yes, the school cameras will be back on. I do appreciate the city manager directing BSO to install the message boards so that we have them over by the schools to remind our residents that speed limits will be enforced again via the cameras. If you are, when the lights are flashing, if you are going over the 15-mile-an-hour school zone, if you're going 11 miles per hour over the 15-mile-an-hour posted school zone limit, you will receive a ticket of $100. During the school day, even if the lights are not flashing, if you are going 11 miles an hour over the posted speed limit, you will receive a ticket. The warning notice period is over. So please watch your speed as you're driving on our roads here in Deerfield Beach. When we were looking for a city manager, we had a bunch of tremendous candidates. And we went forward with the incumbent, Mr. Rodney Brimlow. At that point in time, we had no idea that we were going to be challenged with this BSO contract. And to have somebody who I consider a subject matter expert in this field, I think really helps out the city during this time. While we move forward with these negotiations and the path that we need to follow. So it just reaffirms that the city made the right decision. And I'm just glad that we have Mr. Brimlow to help guide our ship through this next couple of years as we navigate this challenge that we have with BSO. It's been said by everybody in the dais, but we have nothing but respect for the men and the women of BSO who protect our residents, who protect our city, and we thank them for putting their lives on the line for us. And there is no monetary, amount that equals the life of a police officer, a firefighter, or a citizen. So this is a challenging time, but I do know that everybody is going about this in good faith. And I know that whatever the outcome will be, the residents of Deerfield Beach, their safety is of the utmost importance, and it will not suffer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. District 3, Commissioner Shinetsky.
Well, District 3 is in fine shape. It's been a very active summer for District 3. In Century Village, I was able to coordinate a meeting between Century Village Master Management and Community Cares Food Bank to open up the accessibility for Century Village residents who are struggling with food prices, to open up that they could use the food bank at Community Cares. So we set up a meeting, and Century Village has a campaign to publicize, to let residents of Century Village know that they're open to using those facilities to get additional food to help them. They're living, check to check. Well, right now we're coordinating logistics to provide a transportation service for residents of Century Village who don't have transportation to use this food bank and to be brought back to their house. So we're working on that right now. but it's, it's an excellent program, and I'm glad it's moving forward. In terms of Century Village, on Wednesday, August 6th and Wednesday, August 13th, there's going to be food trucks and a carnival gala in the clubhouse parking lot from 11 to 2. So we're inviting Century Village residents to partake in that. I also want to give kudos and excellent work to Sean Giroux from Public Safety Officer, as well as Adam Hofstein and his team, because they have a Stop Aggressive Driving campaign on Hillsborough. They've basically been monitoring the aggressive driving in Hillsborough. Residents have been ticketed. So for the safety of that area. So I want to say thank you so much to Sean and Adam and their team. Great work. In terms of the community at Crystal Lake, I was able to coordinate a meeting and a seminar with the American Red Cross on August 7th. The American Red Cross will be having a hurricane preparedness seminar for residents of Crystal Lake. Also, they're going to be coordinating a sign up for free smoke alarms and installation for residents of Crystal Lake on August 7th. And also on August 7th, at that same meeting, coordinated a meeting with Broward Agency on Aging to tell about what their services are for residents 55 and older in Crystal Lake, as well as they're starting a sign-up program for camera ring, like ring cameras for safety. And again, I want to give a shout out for excellent work to Sean and Adam Hofstein and their team on Green Road, that same aggressive traffic monitoring to stop the speeding and the aggressive traffic on Green Road. So I want to say thank you very much. Excellent work. In terms of the community of the Meadows at Crystal Lake, I was working with the Crystal Lake HOA. Their back wall perimeter, in the perimeter of their community, is very old. It fell down, and they weren't clear on who was responsible in the course of action. So I was working with them, and we were able to get clarification. So I'm very happy with that. I also want to give a shout out and excellent work for the code compliance team. They helped them, Meadows at Crystal Lake, with code violations on their entrance. So they're working with them on that. I also want to give a shout out to the city staff on Southwest 10th down to Wiles and Green Road for almost a year. The lights were on 24/7, wasting a lot of electricity, a lot of money from Deerfield Beach. So we were able to work on that to get it fixed. And now the lights are off during the day. I mean, the overhead lights are off during the day, but they're on at night, which is the way it should be. So I want to give a shout out to the great work of the Deerfield Beach staff on that. I also want to give a shout out to the great work of the Deerfield Beach staff. Howell Line Road from West Drive, or the west entrance of Century Village, all the way down to Hillsborough for almost a year. Those lights were out on Quiet Waters Park. I mean, they were dark, and that's a safety factor. Working with the city and their great staff, as well as with FPL. Now, that whole section from West Drive all the way down to Hillsborough Boulevard, there are lights on the Quiet Waters Park. So I want to say thank you very much. And from the residents of Century Village, thank you very, very much. I also want to give a shout out to our city manager. We coordinated a meeting with Broward College, their music department. I don't know, several years ago, there were some concerts from Broward College, their jazz faculty and their students performed some great jazz concerts for residents of Deerfield Beach. Well, we're coordinating again, hopefully in the fall, to bring these jazz concerts with Broward College to the parks and hopefully the senior center of Deerfield Beach. So I want to say thank you. Great job by the city manager. And finally, been working with the Glenn Miller American Legion, Post 287. Basically, their facilities, their air conditioning, their air, it's not working. Went to an installation ceremony about a month ago. It was like a furnace. So we're working to come up with solutions on how to help these veterans use their facilities It's on Southwest First Terrace and near Dixie Highway. There's no reason why these veterans should be in a facility where it's not good for their safety. They really can't meet there. So we're working on solutions right now. So that's what's happening in District 3 so far.
That's it?
That's it. That's it.
District 4, Commissioner Plout?
Thank you, Mayor. Mine's a little more abbreviated, no offense. A lot of shout outs, but I do have to agree with my colleagues about the competence of our city manager over there. My personal relationship with him is I'm here in the office a lot, and I get to be around him, and I see how he thinks, and I've been mentored in certain areas too, to have a more understanding of how I can serve my community better. And besides all the things mentioned, just the fact that on July the 9th, we had a budget workshop presentation, which was completely understandable and presented in a most professional way. And compared to the one that I went to last summer when I really didn't know what was going on, to be honest with you, with having each department come forward and give their case how great they were and how much more money they needed next year and everything. It was nice to encapsulate that into a presentation from a person who could tell us what's going on, have all the figures right in front of us, and then to have our outside Davenport company to come in and just put cement on the whole deal. So that was really great. I'm really in awe of all the charities that are in this city. You know, it's unbelievable. You know, I mean, the things that were just in place to make sure that the kids could go to school. So many different events by so many groups. 2 Saturdays ago, the Kiwanis Christmas in July down at the Amaret Center. I mean, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people getting book bags and all that stuff. Last Saturday, our block party here, tremendous success. Bunch of folks. I found out, I believe from the mayor, what we had it outside. It was very hot, but yeah, you can't fit all those people in all those tents inside there. Okay. Not that the tents would be inside, but it was, you can't fit everybody in the building. So I was wondering what was going on in the building, and they were giving away the shoes, the tennis shoes to the kids for school, but not just willy nilly. They were measuring their feet size, their foot size and all that, so they could give them the shoes that fit, not just some hand-me-down or something. So that was unbelievable. And the last thing I want to say, with regards to the charities, is there was an event at Stanley Terrace 2 nights ago. I saw it on Channel 10 before they went off the air. And so and everything is geared to helping the kids, helping them getting going. And I'll just finish up with this. The Florida Inland Navigation District, they call it FIND. That's how I can remember the name of it. The mayor and I attended a meeting down on Hollywood. It was Hollywood, right? Okay. On the 17th, I didn't understand what the Florida Inland Navigation Group does, but there's they make sure that the Intercoastal is open and operated all the way from Tallahassee down to the Keys, through dredging and removing boats that are blocking the area. And it figures into national security, not just a Sunday afternoon boater. Okay, very important. And the commission, the group is a bunch of commissioners from the different cities that go from Tallahassee all the way down to the Keys. And one of the reasons that I thought it was important to go there was because that group donated $3.1 million to our Sawgrass to Seagrass Museum. And I wanted to make sure that I was there to say thank you for that. And also, what they do is they meet once a month, and they meet in a different city, could be anywhere up and down the path. But our CRA director at this time is trying to have that meeting coordinate so that all the commissioners for the find would be at the opening of our Sawgrass to Seagrass Museum. So that's down the road. That's next year, but it'd be great if all that works out. And District 4 is just doing fine because it's pretty quiet. So there's a lot of other things going on everywhere, but I'm just always excited to see things happening for our kids. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor, District 2.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to comment, staff, on the success of the block party on Saturday. It was really well attended. It was absolutely packed. But I will say this, and I don't, the shirts that was printed by the city, those block party. Problem with that is, I have a problem with that. Harold Morrison's name was so small you could barely see it. You could barely see it. And a lot of people probably don't know who Harold Morrison is. He started that, and Harold Morrison was a benefit to this community, and I will guarantee you that the crime rate in the city of Deerfield Beach went down because of a man that poured into the kids. The whole idea of the backpacks was not the backpacks, it was what you put in the backpack, the tools for education and the ability for to take responsibility for where you're going in life. And not to point fingers at other people, but to actually put in the work, and at the end something good will happen. That's what Harold Morrison was about. And that's why I brought it to this commission to name that street for him and that he be recognized. But when I was just a little disappointed when I saw his name was so tiny. It's not right. He was a wonderful man for this community and what he did for kids. And he never asked for any recognition, never, ever asked for any money or anything. This is something that a person did on his own. And as a police officer, he was the guy that was pouring into those kids, pointing them in the right direction, especially when he saw that they was going astray at that crucial age. When you start seeing kids start growing up, they either go one way or the other. And if they choose and make the wrong decision, we all pay for it. One way or the other, we all pay for it. And it just, if we do it again, please put his name, make it known. If I was a family member, I'd feel ashamed. In fact, one of them did say something about it, why his name was so small. It's not right. I have asked the city manager to look into the cost of putting flags at all of our city parks, American flag, state flag, and the city flag. I feel that that should be at every park. And I'm hoping that my colleagues will embrace that. Do you have the cost for that, sir?
I do, and it will be in the budget for approval when it comes through. There are
Okay.
6 parks, and because of you have to use concrete and some other things. It's not like just sticking a pole in the ground. So it has taken some time for the general cost of those, but we have that, and that's going to be in the budget that you'll see coming up.
Okay, thank you.
There are 6 parks that that are missing them. Okay,
Thank you. The next thing is, it's abnormally hot. I mean, this has been a hot summer, but I don't ever remember it being like this. It's tough to go outside and it's hard to breathe. And the reason I bring that up is that I want the city to really look at any of the facilities that that we have or that we are associated with, that we can put a word of caution out for the seniors who become easily dehydrated in these situations. It's not a weird thought that we could lose someone. It is abnormally hot. So we need to really look at our seniors and make sure that they have enough water. And if there's something that we can do as the city, we ought to lend ourselves to be able to do that. And the last thing that I have here is that please take advantage of the code amnesty program, which is going to end in September. Please take advantage of that, because that is not something that's going to be there forever. It's going to go away. And when it goes away, I will guarantee you a lot of people are going to, be upset that they missed it. So I'll say again, please take advantage of the code amnesty, which will end in September. And I hope you take advantage of that. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I likewise, excuse me, want to jump on the sentiments for the backpack giveaway. Despite the T-shirt, I thought it was a great event. I think Deputy Morrison would be very proud to where we've come with that event. I mean, not only is it now a backpack giveaway with all the supplies, you could get there were haircuts available, there were free shoes available, and as Commissioner Plout said, these weren't just run-of-the-mill shoes. These were Nikes and Adidas and name brand shoes that they were giving away. So it's good to see that event coming along. If we can, respect the family's wishes better in the future. That's a great comment, Commissioner. I think or Vice Mayor rather, and we need to do that. Monday is the start of school, as was mentioned, and there has been a lot of chatter I saw online regarding the school zone cameras, and most of the comments focused on two areas. One, the critique is with the times, that it should only be when the lights are flashing, not the entire school day. We are simply following the state statute that the state of Florida passed. The city of Deerfield Beach did not come up with these times. We did not make these times up, or we did not vote on it at a commission meeting. This is what the state imposed upon us, that if we were going to implement this program, which we unanimously decided we were going to do, that those were the times for the program. So the city does not have any control over that. So it's your state legislator if you have an issue with that. But regardless, you shouldn't be speeding 11 miles over the speed limit any time of the day, especially during the school hours. So I wanted to bring that up. And then secondly, there's the impression that this is a money grab by the city. That's the only reason that we did it. First of all, when this commission passed it, I don't ever recall money being an issue once when we discussed it. We never discussed money or revenues as a means or as a reason to implement that program. It was always about the safety of the school children and being in school zones and the opportunity that the state was giving us to take and maximize that. And that was the reason for it. And oh, by the way, the $100 ticket, the school board, the county, the vendor, they all get a take before the city ever sees a dime. So this is not the great moneymaker that folks may think that it is. That is certainly not the reason that we did it was for money. It is for safety of our children. And I will continue to stand by that. Local government is for the safety of its residents. And that's what we do. And that's what we do best. And when the state gives us an opportunity to take advantage of it, we darn well are going to and protect our children going forward. Lastly, last Friday, I believe it was, Commissioner Hudak and I attended a symposium here in the city of Deerfield Beach regarding human trafficking. Just like title fraud that the property appraiser spoke about earlier, human trafficking is a real problem as well. One of the astounding figures that they threw out is last year, they estimated that 500,000, is that correct, Commissioner? 500,000 individuals were trafficked in the state of Florida alone. Just a crazy number and hard to imagine, but it is not just a South Florida. It's not just a Deerfield problem. It's not a South Florida problem. It's not a state of Florida problem. It is an international problem. There were at least 17 countries that were represented at this symposium there. Many of them from the Middle East, many of them coming to the United States for the very first time to be in Deerfield Beach for this symposium, which, oh, by the way, was coordinated by Jamar Portier, who works for the state attorney's office and a Deerfield Beach resident. So it's near and dear to her heart, but it is a much bigger problem than any of us would tend to realize. And so if you see anything, please report it, because it could be very well something going on nefarious. And so you just may save a life. So please see something, say something, as they say. Otherwise, our next meeting is on Tuesday, August 19th. I don't have any further. Thank you, gentlemen, for being prepared. And as always, the cordial discussion of these meetings, I do appreciate that. And I know the public does too. And I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Oh, come on, guys.
Motion to adjourn.
I just said we were cordial. Motion to adjourn by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.